Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the meeting of the ad hoc committee for Saturday, January 31st. Supposed to have started at 9:30, but we're getting there. You will be taking public comment, but first we have to do a roll call of commission members. Can you do that?
Sure. Let's see, Chair Stein.
Here.
Chair Mesa.
Present.
Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Thomas is on his way, Commissioner Moncada is silent. And Commissioner Jenkins.
Present.
5 out of 6 of them.
Is there anyone from Occidental College to give welcome remarks because it's on our agenda? This guy has a sweatshirt on, I mean, you know.
Thank you, Chair Stein. I was involved in the logistics to get this room available. Today, Occidental College has a proud heritage of partnership with the city of Los Angeles, and so we're particularly honored to have here today. I teach in the Urban and Environmental Policy Institute here on campus. I'm an assistant professor, and we want to welcome not only the commission, but all of the residents of Los Angeles who are here today to participate in a meaningful exercise. And so this is history being written, and Occidental is proud, of course, to bring on.
Thank you. For the record, this is broadcast with a live audio broadcast. The audio for this meeting will be broadcast live and be heard by calling telephone number 1-669-254-5252 using meeting number 160-513. Then hit 6526, press pound again, and you will be prompted as a participant ID. So you can get the Zoom link also?
No, you don't.
Okay. The Zoom link is www.zoom.com/webinar/register/WN US7 NFB 86RW A61-02WG. As you can see, the room is starting to get fully packed up. And I know that almost all of you come to this meeting today with very deep-seated emotions on various topics. What we would like to do is to keep this as contained as possible, because we have an agenda that we will probably not. We're welcoming Commissioner Thomas.
It's the part.
So basically, as a chair, I have used my discretion to limit public comment to 1 hour. Since there is no virtual public comment today, it will be 1 hour divided by the number of speakers who want to participate in public comment to determine how long you'll be able to, how long you'll be able to speak. After the executive director hands me a sheet of the number of participants who want to speak, we'll be able to determine the exact time. To start with, it'll be every speaker will probably get about 1.5 minutes. It could go up or it could go down depending on how many speakers. There is nothing that prohibits anyone here that if a speaker gets up and basically says everything that you believe in and would have said, you just simply get up and say, I support everything of the previous speaker. Other than myself, the rest of the commission, pretty intelligent people, and I think we'll be able to figure out, that if you support it, we know what the previous speaker had to say. I'm sorry, ma'am, we're gonna be here until 5 o'clock. It's the time that we have chosen by law. We don't have to have any public comment at all. Because this is an ad hoc meeting, it's not a brown act meeting. What I am requesting though is that after each speaker, there be no demonstrations, because all it will do is eliminate time from the meeting and time from the public comment. Please refrain from clapping, hooting, yelling, screaming, because it will cut into your time. We're gonna be here until 5 o'clock and hopefully be finished by 5 o'clock. So in many ways, you're hurting yourself rather than anything else. This commission has always been courteous to the general public and has respectfully listened to the comments. We would ask that you would be courteous to us. Ma'am, I don't want to hear from you. Some of you will be pleased with the decisions of this ad hoc and others won't be pleased. So please, after you speak, not after you speak, but after we've taken an action, regardless of what your feelings are, if you want further discussions, please take them outside. I appreciate that. Okay. Starting the public comment, how many speakers do we have, Mr.?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We described the list. We have 40 speakers. Okay, so if you divide that, that's gonna be a minute and a half per speaker.
Don't we have disclosure that I can start making disclosure?
Mr. Kwan, please, we're handling the meeting. Okay, there will be 1.5 minutes per speaker, which will be increased if the number of speakers choose not to speak. Or a number of speakers say, I simply agree with what the previous speaker said. Of course, you may, Mr. Thomas. He's the exception. He gets to say what he wants.
To the black people in the room, whose culture is call and response, I don't mind you hooting and clapping and doing what we do. I told my good brother, when we in church, if ain't nobody saying amen or clapping or hooting and hollering, then you ain't preaching. Right? And so that is just a response. I love my brother here. He seems like a crabby guy, but he's really not.
Mr. Thomas and has said that's my wife. But fortunately, I'm running the meeting and not Mr. Thomas, so I ask you to refrain from the flattering and stuff. With that, could we have a first republic?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I'm gonna call 3 speakers at a time. Please come down when you're called. I will give a 15-second warning. I'm actually gonna start. We do have Representative Dinah from the Controller's Office who's gonna kick us off first with the first as President. And then I'm gonna have Chris and Diana. So Diana, Chris, Diana.
In terms of ex parte disclosures, I believe that's what Mr. Kwan inappropriately spoke out and cut into the time. And this time, I don't believe there are any ex parte disclosures. Does anybody here have a disclosure to make?
This isn't a commission meeting.
Q&A, Rob.
This isn't
the
a
answer.
The whole reason you didn't file was for this meeting, man, come on.
Okay, enough.
Yes.
We're gonna do this. You have 1.5 minutes.
On you go, man.
Thank you very much. The controller sent a letter to, all of you,
We all have, I had our.
Thank you, and so I want to address a couple of key points. First is to remember the problem that the establishment CFO is trying to address, which is appointing and assigning responsibility for city long-term financial health to someone who's accountable for the people of Los Angeles. Second, the controller's audit and oversight role is not incompatible with that of the CFO. In fact, it is that oversight function that makes the controller's office the most natural fit for CFO. And third, you're not bound to either of the extreme choices presented in the staff report. Designating a CFO for the city does not require nearly 90% of the controller's office to the CAO, or a large portion of the CAO to the controller's office. Neither of those options are the right choice for the city of Los Angeles, and the controller has listed 2 other options that are available to you. Now, with regard to some commissioners expressed concerns about the city's CFO being an auditor as well, there are real functioning government examples in New York, Houston, and San Francisco. who are the CFO and the auditor. Additionally, here in the city, controller's work is also audited. Our financial statements are audited by an outside firm, and our performance audits are audited by Alpha as well as the mayor, our payments and expenses.
Thank you so much.
Excuse me, I'd like to ask you a question. So does the controller, because it's not Michigan, so it's not Brown Act, so I can. So can. That was really slick.
So it's not correct, that's why.
That was really slick. But anyway, there was conversation about the public advocate.
Sure.
And that the controller was saying that the public advocate would be either taking over some of his responsibilities, therefore weakening his power. And that's not how I have understood the public advocate to be. I don't know if the controller was saying that, but I just want to clear that up to make sure.
I think the controller has made his feelings on the public advocate clear. I'm not in a position to speak to that at this moment.
Okay, so we are to consider what he said about it. I'm just trying to find out, is he for or against the public advocate?
I appreciate it, and he's made his concerns very clear with regard to the public advocate, as well as the public advocate.
Oh, because you don't know, oh, okay, it's fine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Chris, who's up next?
Hi, everyone.
And
For this thank you for this opportunity to speak. Actually, I am alumnus at Occidental College. And the only effective way to expand the Los Angeles City Council is so that it is truly more representative, is to adopt multi-member districts and elect council members using PRCV. This is what you've been hearing for over the past several months from well over 100 written and spoken public comments from community members, electoral reform experts, and even representatives from elected officials. It is therefore significant that at last week's meeting, this committee voted 4-2 to recommend PRCD, acknowledging that overwhelming public and expert consensus. However, at that same meeting, the motion to recommend multi-member districts failed. This has left many observers asking an unavoidable question: how can one reasonably vote in favor of PRCB while voting against the very district structure required for it to work? I urge this committee to reconsider the issue with clarity and intellectual honesty. PRCB and multi-member districts are inseparable. One cannot exist meaningfully without the other. When this body votes again, it should vote in favor of both as a uniform body to inform the people of Los Angeles deserve real, proportional, and honest representation, not symbolism, not half measures, and not lip service. Thank you.
Thanks to all of your applause. And sorry, sir, in the back, you're actually blocking the camera. There's a camera right behind you that's probably ushering. All right, just for folks to know, we have a camera in the back today. Every setup's a little different, and that's where today's camera is. So if you see that, please don't stand in front of it. Thank you so much. Sorry, Adam, speaker. And sorry, after Diana, it's gonna be Amy, Rob, and Hugh. Amy, Rob, and Hugh, prepare, be next. All right, go.
Awesome. Good morning. My name is Diana Scamilla. I'm here on behalf of CARESA, the Central American Research Center. And we want to voice that CARESA supports adopting the right to access counsel for deportation defense in the Los Angeles City Charter. Right now, the immigrant community in Los Angeles and across the county are facing a large increase in constitutional rights and fear-driven disproportionately affecting and separating families and destabilizing entire neighborhoods. In moments like these, legal access, right to counsel is a lifeline. We need to center this unprecedented level of attack in all ways possible to protect our families, our neighbors, and every member in our community that calls Los Angeles home. By placing this in the city charter, Los Angeles would be making a lasting commitment. It was signal to our communities that the city where a third of our residents are immigrants. We will not allow our neighbors to be pushed through a life-altering proceedings alone. Most importantly, it affirms the core value that Los Angeles stands up to neighbor community. Adopting this measure is a meaningful way to confirm our students' commitment to protecting vulnerable communities who help us empower Los Angeles every day. We respectfully urge your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Amy? Amy, then Robin. Yeah, just watch reports. And go.
Today, I am speaking for the individuals on the meeting. I support Commissioner Mack's recommendation for technology advisory. Commission. But I want to ensure that everybody understands the full intention, which I don't think is savvy for a leader. But her recommendation is for a general tech advisory because technology is always changing, not just AI. During the meeting, staff mentioned that we have a tech committee, which is true. They created digital code of ethics but to create this, they work with tech companies, including Google and Microsoft, and they should. However, that means it is influenced with bias, and it is created a room of techies and tech pros. The idea of a tech advisory is to have a dedicated group of people of experts and non-experts to advise, counsel, and suggest specific regulations. The tech industry is inherently purpose, and you cannot create technology without bringing your own bias. A commission to review the code of ethics and to make recommendations to city council ensures it is not created in a bubble and gives the city a strong foundation for taking a stance as a city. So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Robin. Yeah.
I just wanna know, the agenda says this is an ad hoc committee meeting. The bylaws say nothing about a Brown Act meeting, so I don't know why we're not having these disclosures. I saw you walking into City Hall on Wednesday. Maybe you were going to meet Justin Max. Maybe you were talking to an elected official. I don't know, that's why we have these disclosures, so we know in the last week, have any of them talked to elected officials or their staff? This is insulting. Now, Justin, you don't have a lot of experience here, but you do have campaign experience. I don't know a goddamn campaign worth its salt that doesn't have a campaign timeline, marking out what you're doing in the 5 months. You love plain metaphors, so I'll speak your language. Karen couldn't kill this commission, so she is hijacked. 2 co-pilots of Justin Raymond has zero clue how to fly a plane. And I wanna know, how do we have any confidence in them flying a plane without knowing the length of the runway, or the lay of the land, or the terrain coming into Los Angeles? Moving to a few policy issues. I just wanna know, I've talked to a bunch of council members, and they're all confused about what you're even doing. Chair Mesa's position on this voters budget is on arrival.
15 seconds.
This report on removal and replacing elected officials is insulting, somehow worse than the status quo. We served you up research on a silver platter, and somehow left and right, we see the staff making policy decisions, giving the mayor more power and authority, suggesting if we appoint a caretaker like Heather
Thank you.
she should be unpaid.
Thank
How insulting is that?
you.
Unpaid,
After Hugh, we've got
zero
James
respect for
and
elected officials.
Justy and Lionel. James M, Justy and Lionel are after Hugh.
Ken, sir.
Hi, Rachel. My name is Steve Robinson, resident of the Hollywood Borough. As the city takes steps to exploit the public bank, we ask that the commission add a sentence to the charter that points to the state law, the California Public Banking Act, AB 857, and the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation, the DPFI regulations, to clear any ambiguity. This charter change does not create a public bank, it doesn't authorize it or fund it. It doesn't skip any city processes, it simply points to current state law and regulations. And we just ask that that sentence just be added to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James M. Again,
Morning. Good morning, Honored commissioners and staff, I wanted to speak here to uplift the reforms to police accountability, specifically the ones put forward by LA Ford, the GSA, and more. Specifically, I wanted to call out reforms to the general liability, the reforms that asked the commission to find a way to allow the LAPD to pay out their own settlements instead of the public, whether it's individual liability insurance or making those payments come out of their budget instead of the general fund. I trust in the good work of the staff to find through research from this evidence-based backing for these proposals. I'll ask you to move this reform forward, as well as all of the police reforms that are on the table currently. I know many of you may disagree with these reforms personally, and I don't expect that one minute of public comments before I begin to reply. Instead, what I wish to appeal to is what brought you to this part of the commission, what I believe is the reason this part of the commission is formed. your civic pride, your commitment to doing right by Angelenos in a transparent and meaningful way. In the past few charter commission meetings, no topic has gotten as much comment as police reform. No comment has, everyday Angelenos as energized and angry as talking about the LAPD. There are many good reasons to move these reforms forward. I think the best one, even if you disagree with them, is that the people of Los Angeles have clearly stated their desire to see this debated in the full commission, in the city council, and put before the voters. I ask you to help bring this question to voting. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Justin is next, and then, I think after Justin, you've got Lionel, Cliff, and Lucinda. Lionel, Cliff, and Lucinda are after Justin. And begin.
So the police chief just publicly stated that they're not enforcing SB 805. For reference, that's the No Vigilantes Act that requires non-uniformed law enforcement, including ICE, to clearly display identification. And apparently, he can just do that. And apparently, the people of Los Angeles and any checks and balances within the LAPD, the current city council or mayor have no true mechanism to stop him. So let's build some. Namely, please amend section 571 to update the police commission to a model of accountability as well as accessible transparency to availability to citizens, including a thorough review of the police board commissioners, both in appointees and power authority. And in case you missed the updates from last night, please protect free speech via section 574, including provision to explicitly delineate protests as separate from riots and protecting the safety of journalists to document them. And finally, it's about the long way. This has been a long process, and from everything I can tell, it's frustrating for users for us. So please move to periodic trial going forward. So our systems are proactive, not reactive, and this full review process can become something codified, trained for, and understood, and so we don't spend so many silence together again.
Thank you. Lionel.
Here we go. Morning, my name is Lionel Marvis from Council District 6. I'm here to speak for myself regarding personnel and budget. Many other city departments are under-resourced and underfunded. LA City Council Member Hugo Soto Martinez referenced in his remarks on Wednesday, January 21st, the salaries of 23 LAPD officers and the LAPD's Media Relations Division cost more than the budget of the following 9 city departments. I requested those 9 city departments from his office, and they are Department of Disability, LA Civil Rights Department, Emergency Management Department, Office of Public Accountability, Empower LA Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, Youth Development Department, Tourism Department, El Pueblo de Los Angeles Department, and finally Employee Relations Board. It's unfair for all Angelenos not to get the services that they are paying, and two, because LAPD has the biggest budget, they have too much power and control over the office of the mayor and city council. I urge the city council to step up and exercise their authority, not to let the LAPD intimidate them and not to provide the services that they ought to be doing. They're supposed to be serving the people of Los Angeles, and many of them are not within the city boundaries. And I think I had enough. I heard this public council about 10 years, and as a, speaking for myself, as a city employee, I don't think it's fair. The LAPD has too much control over the personnel department, and other departments are under-resourced, understaffed. Our parks are deteriorating, our bathrooms are not well staffed,
Thank you.
and we'll demand action, accountability.
Thank you, Lon.
Here's stuff. There's someone down, because we can really send that out. All right, let's begin.
Good morning, sir.
Hi there, I'm a public outreach organizer for LRCB, and I engage with the public. And I recognize that our current situation, there are a lot of partisan hostilities that we are not able to address. And rather, we're bottling up a lot of these emotions instead of having healthy disagreements with people that we have, that we don't align with perfectly. It's more important for us to preserve something about ourselves that's arbitrary and that is not based on evidence oftentimes. And as a result of the ballot format, we are not able to communicate our true preferences, and instead we have to strategize based on larger partisan politics and against the interest of everyday people. And so in order to address real problems in a way that we need to be, we need to consider nonpartisan voting reform like ranked choice voting, specifically proportional RCV, because of its ability to alleviate some of those questions and allow people to communicate something about themselves on the ballot where they're not able to do right now. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Lucinda, after Lucinda is Casey, Andrea, and Tareen. Casey, Andrea, and Tareen, please keep up. Lucinda. Good morning.
My name is Lucinda Toth. I'm an Oxford student in Chicago and an intern with Representative Leeds semester. I'm here today with my peer Cassie to give a comment in support of ensuring the council for deportation defense in the city charter. And thus helping the city to provide deportation defense council for residents who cannot provide their own. Having lived and grown up in Chicago, I attended a public school, and many of my friends, classmates, and community members from the school and neighborhood have experienced the severe hardship of losing a family member to high stakes in Chicago. One of my classmates from high school's father was included and still faces deportation. My friend not only had to undergo major courses when she was out of state in college, and trying to pursue her pre-med education, but worried about whether being in contact with her father was even a possibility. So as LA faces a harsh ICE presence parallel to Chicago, this experience is a universal fear for our Occidental peers with undocumented parents in Los Angeles. While Cassie and I tried to gather public comment from our peers, we had multiple heartbreaking conversations, but none of our impacted peers felt comfortable speaking publicly in this matter, and instead submitted private comments to me. And I think this speaks for itself as we discuss things. Immigrants facing deportation have friends, families, kids in school, are in school, and deserve deportation defense. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassie.
My name is Cassie Orable. I live in Chicago and I attend Occidental College, and I'm an attorney to represent LA this spring. Today I'm here to provide public comment in support of the LA Charter Reform motion to discuss enshrining the right to counsel for deportation defense in the city charter. The threat of deportation has become increasingly prevalent in spaces where our peers should feel safe and protected and should not be subject to violence and fear. Over winter break, I learned my high school had implemented strict security measures. Security guards, cameras, and alarm system at every door, with security teams and administration trained to handle immigration officers. These serve as preventative measures against ICE officers who have attempted to enter the premises to deport children while they're at school. The cruelness behind conducting arrests and raids of children who are living in constant fear and cannot defend themselves against federal agents who have been encouraged and directed to use any means necessary, often resorting to violence, to detain immigrants is a frightening reality that we live in. The administration has looked at policies that previously restricted ICE from operating in schools, and they will continue to target vulnerable immigrant populations, stripping them of any safe haven. My high school had a large first-gen immigrant and non-English speaking population, serving as a target for ICE. If a small hub in my hometown was subject to this level of surveillance, you can only imagine the scale of attacks occurring in LA, where nearly 1/3 of the population is made up of immigrants. We know that the Trump administration has supported U.S. citizens, including children. We must use all the tools at our disposal, including a city charter, to ensure our communities and neighbors remain in their home city of Los Angeles, and that can only be done with the provision of civil visitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's see, Andrea.
Morning, Andrew.
Good morning. Good morning, my name is Andrea. We have, United Care Local 11 talking on item 1. We represent hospitality workers who live and work in Los Angeles, including at terminal concessions at Los Angeles Airport. We believe appointed commissions, and ultimately the city council must retain their authority over public assets at the airport and harbor. We understand that law has proposed raising the threshold of leases that require board of airport commissioners approval to $5 million. We urge that all terminal concession contracts such as food service, passenger lounge, and retail contracts and leases be exempted from this provision. The provision seems to be intended to help speed up construction projects. However, we are concerned that it could lead to less oversight over valuable concessions at the Los Angeles Airport. Please exempt these leases. Additionally, we believe the administration of city planning should be consistent. Therefore, we do not support granting the airport or other proprietary departments planning authority. Third, if the meeting attendance city council is changed, we must still make sure any changes to section 245 give the council enough time to exercise appropriate oversight. Thank you for the ability to comment.
Thank you so much. Let's see, Tareen, and then after Tareen, I think it's it could be Chantel, last name Smith, Godfrey and Chris Rod. Last name Smith, Godfrey and Chris Rod, after Terry, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tori Spittle, League of Women Voters, Greater Los Angeles. We urge you to move forward with the following further changes. Council expansion, expanding the size of the council would bring Los Angeles in line with other major cities, improve the resident to representative ratio, and better reflect the diversity of the city. Strengthen the Ethics Commission. Strengthen the Ethics Commission by incorporating their recommendations. And LAPD accountability. Conduct a review of the entire police disciplinary system. Allow the police chief to terminate personnel with repeated histories of misconduct. Require the inspector general to conduct an annual audit of all stops and uses of force that includes data broken down by race and geography. And improve public accessibility to the Board of Police Commissioners and expand commissioner diversity. We believe that these changes would create much more respect and belief in the city government. More incorporated.
Thank you. Johnson, I didn't.
It's okay.
I have worse handwriting. But you got, I could speak your last.
I don't know what you're talking about, my handwriting is on point.
Okay.
It's all good, it's all good.
All right, good.
Yeah, Chauncey Smith, Catalyst, California. I think we were having this meeting today. I'm here to talk to you about one of the most important issues in the city, and that is addressing police reform through the city charter process. I have a few key primary recommendations for you today, but first I'd like to echo the sentiments of the last speaker from the League of Women Voters. In addition to that, I have a few specific recommendations for the commission to take up and move forward to the city council. One is to ban the use of racially biased pretextual stops. Research and lived experience show that pretextual stops operate as a form of racial profiling that devastate communities of color and devastate people who are low income in Los Angeles. In addition to that, the Charter Commission should put forth recommendations to strengthen the city council's power to determine LAPD departmental policy and also strengthen the police chief's power to directly discipline officers who engage in misconduct. In addition to that, the commission should recommend to the city council that this inspector general of the police commission be annually required to conduct an audit of all stops for evidence of racial identity profiling as well as usage of force. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Godfrey with wonderful picture. Godfrey, thank you. Godfrey Plata, Deputy Director at LA Forward Institute. I want to lift up a letter that did not make the 189-page packet. You received a PDF by email from David Levitas, our Executive Director, at 7:18 p.m. last night. In it, he lays out 6 comprehensive recommendations from our organization. I want to highlight 3 of them: strengthening accountability and transparency for the police department, removal of elected officials, and replacement and filling the vacancies. I'll echo everything that has already been said about LAPD reform. You can read the letter for specifics, but the LAPD is the city's largest department by far, and no charter reform effort is complete without addressing the very real structural problems that afflict its governance. As it pertains to removal of elected offices, LA Forward Institute supports removal option 4 outlined in the Charter Commission staff memo on discipline and removal of elected officials. The Charter Reform Commission was created in response to a series of city hall scandals and misconduct that exposed the real limits in our accountability systems. We learned in the aftermath that the charter lacks clear, reliable mechanisms to respond when elected officials engage in misconduct. Option 4 is the only option we provided that keeps the electorate at the center of the process. Additionally, as it pertains to replacement and filling of vacant offices, LA Forward Institute supports option 2 in the Charter Commission memo, which would require special election for vacancies if more than 1 year of the term remains and require special election to be called within 10 days of the vacancy held within 100 days. It's not acceptable for council to have the power to appoint one of their own colleagues for a near permanent position on council. Keep the power with the vote. Thank you. 30 seconds. Chris, also with wonderful position. All right, after Chris is Cather, Mike, and Tina. Cather, Mike, and Tina are after Chris. Good morning.
My name is Chris Reed. I'm a urban planner and volunteer organizer with Inside Housing for All.
I will be the first one today to keep it short and say I agree with Diana from the city controller's office, and I see my time.
Thank you. Thank you. And sorry, and it's,
Kudos.
Catherine, Mike, and Tyga, I'm sorry. Catherine, Mike, and Tyga. Catherine.
Hi, good morning. My name is Tathir. I'm here with Ellie Forward. I support everything we've heard about the need for true police discipline and accountability, periodic charter reform, and an electorate-driven means to remove corrupt elected officials. But I also want to speak about the process we take to specifically fill city mayor vacancies. The recent staff report addresses the charter's lack of detail about how long a council president can serve as mayor during a vacancy. But the fact that the charter prescribes the council president as the mayor is a bigger problem. The council president doesn't have the democratic legitimacy that comes from having won a citywide election. The council president is already one of the most powerful officials in LA city government, and this process would concentrate power in an official who has never had to face the entire electorate. Having the council president serve as mayor violates the separation of executive and legislative powers, which is fundamental to our governing system. As a reminder, the scandal that ultimately led to the creation of this commission was centered on council president who could have become mayor and expanded her reign already filled with abuses of power. The people of LA deserve far better. One approach could be to follow the example of New York City and create a new citywide elected public advocate who could step into an acting mayor role in cases where the city's charter currently prescribes the council president. If creating public advocate is fundamentally unattractive to the charter commission, we recommend that your body continue to explore other alternatives
Thank you
other
so
than
much.
elevating the council president.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike, Mr. Mayor.
Michael Feinstein, Congress, said I'm a mayor. Imagine it's 1781, you're on Olvera Street and you're founding the city of Los Angeles. Would you design a city council that pits various communities against each other for limited representation? That puts important decisions before low turnout, less diverse electorates in the primary? That has unnecessary extra costs for the city, for candidates, and our public matching funds, and makes voters guess in the primary who has the best chance to advance, your favorite candidate or the candidate that they think might advance because of the spoiler vote splitting dynamic. That's the current system that Los Angeles has. And if you only recommend and forward to the council a increase in the size of the seats, but don't look at how ranked choice voting or proportional ranked choice voting with multi-seat districts would address those concerns, the public will not have had the benefit to learn from the Fed tape scandal that had all of those dynamics going on. There's different groups were fighting with each other. We've given you a chart that has side-by-side comparisons with the three models. That chart needs to be forwarded to the full commission and to the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Commissioner. My name is Heidi Stevenson and I'm a member of the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. Public sector jobs should be a ladder, benefits, union protection, and a path to social mobility. But today, Black workers are being systematically excluded from civil services because of biased exams, slow hiring process. These aren't glitches. They are mechanisms of a system built to keep power and opportunity out of the hands of Black and working class communities. Meanwhile, city council is allocating money we don't have to expand the police force during a crisis. It's time to reimagine public safety. We can't police communities out of poverty. We must invest in people and prevention, living wage, union jobs, and affordability. If we want safer communities, we have to address the root causes, end the Black job crisis, put workforce equity in the charter. A better Los Angeles is possible and can help you build it. Thank you.
Thank you. One second, Mr. Executive Director. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Thomas left for just a nanosecond to get a donut.
You get, what
Donut out of it. And Commissioner Mesa left for a very short period of time, is now present again. Thank you.
All right, Anthony, Darren, Sherry, Darren, Sherry. Okay, sorry.
Something out of this.
Anthony? Yeah, Anthony? Okay. Wasn't sure which one was it. Oh, good question, you see, Papa. Okay, good. Anthony, Darren, Sherry, good morning, sir.
All right, good morning, Commissioner. My name is Anthony Faulkner. I'm with the LA Black Workers Center. For me, my community public safety is not a sign or a badge. It's knowing when your next paycheck is coming. It's knowing that if you get sick or someone you love gets sick, you have healthcare. It's knowing after years of working paycheck to paycheck that you can retire with a pension. The city continues to defend safety and policing instead of stability. As a city, we have invested $1 billion into our law enforcement while denying Black workers access to very public sector jobs that prevent harm in the first place. It's time for the city to invest in Black workers, and what we're asking for today is simple and completely within your control. We want safer communities. We have to address the root causes in Black job crisis, put workforce equity into the charter. The better Los Angeles is possible, and you can build it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Darren. Darren, go.
Good morning, sir. Hello. Los Angeles Black workers. Black workers like myself, recognize, grandparents, parents. Legacy in Los Angeles being illegal back to 1940. Yet today we remain unrepresented in quality jobs that keep the city moving. A charter written for a segregated city cannot build an equitable future. You are saying LA is for everyone. It's time to search for reforming the charter is a pathway towards workforce that reflects diversity, dignity in our LA community. Our communities deserve better. Workforce equity to the charter ends.
Thank you. Thank you. Sherry, after Sherry, is, Regina, Sheeta, Ashley, and then Brendan. Yeah, Regina, Sheeta, and Brendan after. Martin.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sherry Bell. I'm a member of the LA Black Workers Center. Our mission is to increase access to retention for Black workers in quality jobs, as our unemployment rate is 10%, while we only comprise 8% of the population. We comprise over 32% of the unhoused. A loss of income has been described as the primary contributor to houselessness. And so we are asking you, the charter, to accept our recommendations as they align with the values that the city says they have. And so basically our recommendation is to modernize testing and hiring, build a pathway, build a public pathway to public service jobs from the community, create an independent oversight for fair hiring, and add a workforce investment, workforce equity clause to the charter. And basically, in a nutshell, you know, the conditions of Black workers are not in a vacuum. They're often been looked at as a canary in a coal mine, as what happens to Black workers is the first signal of an economic downturn. So if you address what's happening in the Black community, you will address what is happening for all workers. So we urge you to accept our recommendations and ensure Los Angeles' most vulnerable workers are included in our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Take your first.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Regina Freer. Welcome to Occidental. I'm a professor here and chair of the politics department. I've already met several of our students, former students you work with on the commission. I'm also a former commissioner, so thank you for your service. I know the sacrifice and the commitment that that takes. I teach LA politics and my research focuses on race and urban politics. And so I'm deeply committed to and concerned about the issues that are before me. Today, although my students and many of my colleagues focus on council size, voting systems. Today, I want to echo some concerns based on my position as chair of the Los Angeles Black Workers Center Board. And I want to talk to you and urge that you pay attention to the proposals that have been placed before you and the deep research and intellect that goes behind it. They have spent hours and hours researching how to take advantage of the moment that I know you know is before you, to make sure that what goes forward is thoughtful and is sustainable relative to making equity enforceable. The work that they have done has shown that from administration to administration, it's not necessarily sustainable. But if it is in the charter, it can be. And we want to make sure that there is accountability in audits and that there is a modernization of practices, particularly in hiring. So there's an opportunity, they've provided the language, tools, and they have done the research. So I urge you to take advantage of that. Thank you so much.
Sheeta and Brendan.
Good morning, Commissioners. I just want to thank you for the work that you guys are doing. It's amazing. Thank you for all the time that you spent on this and continue to. So I just want to start with that. My name is Sheeta Ashley. Dr. Sheeta Ashley. I'm a psychologist, a licensed psychotherapist with specialty in depression, trauma, addiction, and more. You've heard me speak before you several times in the past, but I've never introduced myself as a psychologist who deals with people who experience trauma. I say that because I hear the stories from my clients regarding how they have been bullied and abused by the city in one form or another. And they have no advocate to fight for them. I feel responsible to advocate for them, and I'm no public advocate. I erroneously believe that the job of the city attorney was to advocate for and protect the people of Los Angeles, but I know now that their job is to advocate and protect the government of Los Angeles. When I hear you discuss bifurcating the city attorney's position, you use the terms elected prosecutor and appointed advisory city council or the mayor. No one talks about how the city attorney fights with the city against the aggrieved and abused residents. Commissioner Thomas correctly stated that we're just creating another job that does not help the people on the ground. I agree with him 100%. We need the public advocate. I like to call it the ombudsman. Call it whatever you want. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Brendan, we have, Rick, did you want to give public comments? Okay, Rick, then Anthony, then Ross. Rick, Anthony, and Ross. Go for it.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Brendan Fisher. I'm a volunteer with LA Ford and Working Families Party. I just want to echo everything that Godfrey and Peter said about LAPD reform, legislative recall, periodic charter review. Additionally, you've heard me speak about the capital investment program with the CIP before. So I'm very thankful that you recommended, we mandated 5-year CIP in the charter. At the same time, I would encourage you to have more discussions about who is actually going to administer this and who they are accountable to. Because right now, as it is, as recommended, it will be administered by the Board of Public Works. And ultimately, my perspective along with other boards is that the CIP should be administered by a single executive with deep experience in infrastructure investment and is accountable to City Council and. So we encourage you to have further discussions on items in the committee. Thank you for the work so far.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you so much.
Chair Stein, members of the commission. Competence in operations and finances is existential for the future of Los Angeles. So I appreciate that the commission appears to be moving for the chief operations officer. I want to talk about the chief financial officer today. There's a lot of talk about the $1 billion shortfall in the general fund. Almost no talk about a nearly $100 billion shortfall in addressing our city's crumbling infrastructure upon which everything rests. And all of that emphasizes the need for recognizing that the city is functionally bankrupt. It has not run out of cash, but it is in a chronic and deep and existential fiscal crisis, necessitating the need for a competent and independent chief financial officer. I want to echo in the controller's letter that role is not an amalgamation of functions. It is someone with the skills and responsibility to restore and maintain the city's fiscal health. I understand the skittishness, regardless of who serves in the controller's office today, about entrusting that function to an elected office. If that ultimately is the direction of the executive commission, then have the controller appoint the chief financial officer to ensure the financial integrity. To give it to the CAO is to echo the reality that Mark Twain talked about years ago. There's a difference between management and management analysts, as he said, there's a difference between lightning and lightning bugs. Do not give financial power to management analysts. Give it to someone who can restore the city to financial health.
Mr. Chair, we do have a council member here with us now, that I think would like to speak.
Good morning. For the record, we have the council member from the first district, Councilwoman Hernandez. And rather than the 1.5 minute restriction, as we've done with public officials, she has 5 minutes to speak. During that time, we would appreciate it.
Yes, I will get it done fast, right? Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good morning, everyone, members of the ad hoc committee, and to the neighbors who have shown up to speak on city charter reform. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Alicia Hernandez, Councilwoman representing the first district, which is just on the other side of York Boulevard in this neighborhood. And as someone who sat on the reform committee that helped create this commission, I know that this document dictates how Angelenos live, whether they are protected and whether they are heard. And as you can see from my 90-page letter, I take this very seriously because literally it is the quality of our life, the quality of the city that is on the line with charter reform. And it's not the sexy work, but it's the policy work that really makes sure that our city can meet 21st century needs. So the work y'all are doing is deeply important and will have a lasting impact on our city. So again, thank you all for being here and everything you continue to do. I've submitted a letter with more than 20 charter reform recommendations. However, today I'm only going to talk about 2, police reform and budget reform, because Angelenos demand urgency. We live in a city where people's elected representatives are often treated as mere observers of the system they are tasked with leading. For example, right now, when the LAPD is sued for misconduct, it is the city council and by extension, the taxpayers who foot the bill. Yet we lack direct authority to set policies that could prevent those actions in the first place. Reform of the Los Angeles Police Department is one of the reasons this commission was established. Right now, we are dealing with a department that feels ungovernable, even though it is our most expensive and high-profile workforce. We need to clarify that the city council has the authority to provide police-level oversight, because that does not exist right now. We also need to empower the chief to remove officers with a repeated history of harm. If the chief of police has an officer with documented repeated history of harming our neighbors, the chief should be able to remove that officer, period. Right now, it is nearly impossible to fire officers who violate the public trust, and that keeps us in a cycle of liability and harm. And we need to stop operating in the dark. We need to mandate periodic data-driven reviews. We need an audit of how we deploy resources every 5 years and an inventory of military-grade equipment every 10. These are industry standards. If we can't prove it, keeps people safe with modern data, we shouldn't ask people to pay for it. That leads me directly to the city budget. You can't solve generational crises like housing and homelessness 1 year at a time. That's why we should move to a multi-year budget cycle for better planning and meaningful scrutiny of public dollars. And if you know, the budget is incredibly important to me because these are our people's tax dollars, the blood, sweat, and tears that comes back to the city to make their city function. Oftentimes, they don't know where that money goes to, and that's why we've been doing budget 101 trainings. But folks here are engaged because they know that their money supports our government. And it's not just my idea.
This reform has been uplifted by the city administrative officer, the city controller, the mayor's office, Councilmember Blumenfield, and organized Angelinos across the city, so it's not radical. But planning isn't enough if people aren't at the table. We need to take participatory budgeting out of the pilot phase and bake it into the city charter. We need to give our communities a real and meaningful say in how their tax dollars are spent. LA County, when they run their budget process, it's a little bit more open. And so I think there's things that we can do to elevate our public accessibility to that budget process. And because your committee members, ask yourselves, have you ever plugged into that process? Do you know how it works? If you don't, then we should definitely plug you in, but that's what we should be doing for all Angelinos. And to keep that trust, we have to clarify that the city controller can and should audit every crevice of the city of Los Angeles, every office, every official, and every contract. We need accountability and transparency, regardless of who the city controller is. Because let's be real, this commission came to be because of this, how broken this system was and is. And all of Los Angeles saw that when the redistricting tapes were leaked. It is time our city lifts the veil and really leans into transparency. And so commissioners, Los Angeles cannot call itself a modern, democratic, world-class city until this charter is reformed to create real oversight. I'm ready to legislate accountability, but structurally, I cannot do that today, and that is in your hands. You have the power to change that. I ask that you please consider my recommendations, which I firmly believe will help us build a more transparent and equitable city for all. Thank you so much, and thank you for volunteering to do the.
Just for the record. I have not spoken to you.
No.
Where's Rob? I want him to know.
I think you just did. Just did. How many times my birthday is when I come and get up on the phone?
Next speaker, please.
Yes, sorry, it's, Anthony DeVos. Anthony DeVos. The other end.
Working with proposal to give housing positive budget and power over review policy as this business practices in South Korea. And where we understand that the usage of money elected council for all parliaments, assuming more responsibilities instead of delegating to them to an unelected third party, especially when. It's crucial that LAPD policy reflects more modern needs and modern needs and done so in a more accountable way instead of shallowly or paid or street tuition. Because power first, it won't do so much, since policies have way more impact than whether money is thrown at LAPD or gained from it. The issue of discussing ICE and AI tech are some examples of modern ever-changing needs that can be discussed in a more transparent manner. And that can only be done when a duly elected city council has been directly mindful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ross. After Ross, first after Ross is Jim, Jeremiah, and Bobby. Jim, Jeremiah, and Bobby are after Ross.
Good morning, commissioners. Ross Whiteshop, volunteer here at LA. I'd like to start by saying that surprise is the enemy of trust. So I was surprised that our electric saw committee was, instead of trimming the tree, being asked to type calls with a completely new set of policy proposals and new material on removing indisciplined elected officials potentially being voted upon today. You'll recall that Commissioner Field called for this body to not consider any new untested experiments. But this removal memo proposes requiring the renewal of suspension by council every 30 days. It proposes the ethics commission to initiate suspension. Name one city that has either of those models. If this memo looked into the evidence that FLA presented to you on September 6th, it would have answered Commissioner Thomas's questions about how cities deal with acts of racism by electeds, by including cities like Phoenix that allow removal based on violations of their non-discrimination policy. It wouldn't have forgotten to include all the details of DC's expulsion policy, which are in the DC Council Rules, Article 6, Section D, which we linked to in our spreadsheet of removal procedures that are not in this memo. This committee should not surprise the public, but focus on doing what it told the public it was doing, signaling consensus on advancing proposals, not acted on limited staff selected policy options that ignore all previous public input. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Next speaker, please. Jim. Jim.
Jam, yeah, okay. You know, okay, I'll stop commenting on people's. Okay. Hey, just clarify, this is speaking to the mic, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Williams. I'm the organizer of the Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. These with, I support everything I heard from the Compton City Council member and ABCs, as well as the LA Black Workers Center. But also, I want to highlight that, we don't have any time to waste by this reform down the road. And that the violence that's happening right now against our immigrant community is happening because we never reckoned with, the violence that happens against Black people. Right, so remember this commission was created on the world witness the suffering and conditions Black people have been living in for hundreds of years through police violence. Again, we don't have time to waste to kick this can down the road. Police departments and their violence is only escalated. Back when the commission was created, the Christopher Commission was created in the 1900s. Okay, police were killing somewhere around 20 to 30 people nationally. Now that number is in the thousands, and that's because since then, police unions, fake unions have created more protections and secrecy in police departments. We need accountability. So again, we need police reform now. As a unionist, I support the LA Black Workers Center, and we need to create a work relations department. Jeremiah.
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jeremiah Gordon. I'm the organizing manager at the LA Black Workers Center, and I'm also here on behalf of Black Lives Matter LA. When this city expands its police hiring budget during the budget crisis, it sends a very clear message that there's money for enforcement, but not for Black workers, not for the youth, not for the displaced, and not for economic opportunity. This city keeps treating policing as an economic solution, but it's not a job placement program. It does not stabilize families, and it does not stop displacement, and it does not end the generational Black jobs crisis, and it does not address the everyday anxiety of working in a city that you cannot afford to live in. Charter reform allows you to create the foundation of a real economic development plan for the city of Los Angeles that includes workforce equity, making hiring fair and transparent. Allow public sector jobs to be a tool for economic stability for all communities instead of a privileged few. If we want safer communities, we have to address root causes. In the generational Black jobs crisis, put workforce equity in the charter, and a better Los Angeles is possible. You can help build it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bobby, after Bobby, we have Johan, Eric, and Chad. Johan, Eric, Chad.
Morning, sir.
Good morning to the call. This is the one with I'm a member of the LA Black Workers Center. For decades, the city had car lines, unestimated prevention. Every year, the police budget increased while services that address the root cause of poverty, displacement, and unemployment and less consumption. Last week, the city council voted to give millions to the LAPD for housing during physical emergency. That's not public safety, that's the racism. Charter reform can break the loop. LABWC recommendation will implement workforce equity across departments, open pathways to public careers, and demand measurable results. It's time to reallocate public dollars and invest in a workforce that reflects diversity of the city. If you want a safer community, we have to address the root cause in the Black job crisis, put workforce equity into a charter. A better Los Angeles is possible, but you can help build it.
Thank you so much. Johan, sorry. Johan, Eric, and Chad.
Good morning, commissioners. I'd like to point out the comment that Mayor Mike made earlier, right, about our county city founders. I don't think they were thinking about communities of color way back when, but right now we're at crossroads, right? We're modern days, and I think, pivotal moment where y'all are thinking about communities of color and representation. At the last meeting, Commissioner Spidey and Sancho Zero weren't there, but I have all the printed materials
that we present to the community, and I hope you all can have, go through them. As well as a compare and contrast sheet, talking about PRCB with multi-member districts, RCB and the status quo, which I think would be meaningful in today's conversation, which I will share with y'all. And Commissioner Sanchez, last meeting, you mentioned something about how do we talk to Spanish communities. Here's some information important to the Spanish communities as an example that we communicate in Los Angeles. And I will pass this down, and let's hopefully please vote in favor of moving PRCB MMDs through the next meeting and have that debate, right? Let's have the debate and let's have options.
Thank you so much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eric Chang, and I work for the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline 90 and I'm a member of the board. I just want to first say support for police reform, what was said earlier, and also the council for LA Ford Institute supports removal of option 4 in the Charter Commission staff memo on discipline approval of elected. Option 4 creates a legislative recall process that allows the city council by a 3/4 supermajority to trigger a special election for removal and replacement. This strikes the right balance between accountability and democracy. Options 1 and 2 rely on internal discipline, allowing the council to expel its own members outright. That approach is not appropriate for a city as large and diverse as Los Angeles, and it has proven risky in practice. In New York, the city council expelled council member Andy King through an internal vote in 2020. And while the misconduct was serious, the process was widely criticized for sidelining voters and raising concerns about legitimacy. Option 3 concentrates power in the mayor's office and undermines the balance between the legislative and executive branches. Option 4, by contrast, sets a high threshold for action and keeps voters at the center. It allows the council to act when incredible misconduct occurs, but it does not allow the council to execute an official outright. This commission was created in response to City Hall scandals that exposed real gaps in our accountability systems, and if the charter cannot clearly address what happens when public trust is broken, then we are not fully honoring the purpose of this body. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Chad, after Chad, we have that's Jeremy, and then someone with, some really fun writing, penmanship, I think. Not, could be, what's he for? Last name, Kuti, looks like.
Morning, sir.
Go ahead, Chad.
Good morning, commissioners. This week, Chief McDonald of the LAPD said he won't enforce the state's ban on federal agents wearing masks. His reasoning: one armed agency approaching another armed agency creates conflict that doesn't make any sense. Not, we'll follow the law, but that armed agencies simply don't hold each other accountable. This should alarm anyone who believes in democratic governance. It's widely documented how military establishments in post-colonial nations consume budgets meant for social programs, resisted civilian oversight, and eventually became obstacles to democracy itself. Armed institutions that grow too powerful, too autonomous, too convinced of their own indispensability. We're watching that trajectory domestically. LAPD commands $3 million a year. The police protectively spends millions on charter implements. And now Chief openly declares which laws still enforce. Meanwhile, the Board of Rights overturns 2/3 of terminations, and the commission depends entirely on mayoral appointment, and an inspector general serves their pleasure. These are features insulating police from democratic accountability. I'm handing out written testimony in post-charter language detailing reforms. Commission authority over discipline of the matrix making dishonesty mean termination. Full-time commissioners with community nomination and police union money barred, and independent inspector general. 15 seconds. The question is whether Los Angeles will have oversight worthy of democracy or armed agencies that answer only to themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, what group did you say you were?
I'm a major, but I went to TSA out of Florida.
Jeremy, and then after, not, it could be a 9 AM, like BUTI, last name, somebody identifies that? That's it, that could be totally it.
Yeah.
Oh, he left, okay, and then Terry is after that.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jerry Payne, a member of the RLA Coalition, representing over a dozen community-based organizations. It's been a while since I've been in person, raising the puppy. Thank you to this committee for supporting the implementation of the city council and focusing your deliberations on what is needed to improve representation for the communities most disadvantaged by the current council district size. Throughout this process, RLA has been advocating for expansion, highlighting how the city council historically failed to reflect the full diversity of Angelino's. both scriptively and substantively. A failure of the city that's particularly felt among our houseless communities, low-income communities, renters, incarcerated folks, immigrants, tribal communities, Black, Latinx, API, and indigenous communities. Expanding the city council is needed to meaningfully pave the way for greater Black engagement voting power in Los Angeles, improve the ability of impacted communities to elect candidates of their choice, and achieve greater racial parity on the city council. Your recommendation of 23 districts falls at the lower end of our recommended range, which was between 23 to 31 districts, which we still further support. However, we recognize that more work will be needed to improve representation of our more geographically dispersed communities. Thinking about participatory budgeting or other voting system changes from features voting to systems that may not represent voting expansion. Regardless of the exact numbers, so long as it's expansion serves in our range, we thank you for your support and see your actions in a promising precedent for our city to ensure that its representatives reflect the diversity of Los Angeles, especially as it modernizes. Separately, regarding personnel and budget agenda items, want to echo the police recommendations from the board and thank you so much.
Next speaker, please. Terry. Then after Terry, we got some other folks who signed up on the email list. We're not sure if they signed up for email or for public comments, but we'll go through.
Okay.
Good.
Morning. My name is Terry. Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Yes, my name is Terry Brittany, and I'm here representing the Los Angeles Population Center. Where I'm from is the public safety municipality. It's a paycheck you can depend on. Houses you can afford, the benefits you get, working in the health care. Alright, that's what we're doing for. The system right now is inequality in the workforce, which we're carried for in numbers. In gatekeeping in city hiring. If we want a safe community, we have to address what we call in black job losses. Put workforce equality in the charter. The better Los Angeles as possible, and you can have it.
Thank you so much. All right, so Deegan, Deandra, and Zanaya. Anyone speakers? Nope. Okay, Yoda, Tiffany, and Chantel. Chantel. Yoda, Sabu, no. Tiffany, nope. Chantel, you're next. Going a long way, Chantel. Come down here. You got this here.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, go.
Morning.
Good morning, my name is Chantel Yanes. I'm gonna email my proposals because I felt like this was much better to speak about today. I specifically want to address how meetings are being run and how public input is being treated. Right now, this structure does not feel designed to hear the people. It feels designed to move through. An agenda is quick as possible. When public comment is forced into 90 seconds, the residents are told that they can be shut down. That's not meaningful public participation. It feels like a checkbox. And this process should not be about pushing things through to make it to 5 o'clock. A charter process is foundational. And it's about how power operates in Los Angeles and how residents can be heard. We're missing it. If you compress community voices into a minute and a half and treat public participation like an interruption, you're weakening the integrity of the process. And I want to be clear because telling the public we can cannot even offer a brief moment of support, basic human acknowledgement. When someone gets up to speak, communicates the public input is welcome. And that to me is heartbreaking. That's all.
Thank you so much. Trina, Wendy, Thomas, Trina? No? Wendy, O'Malley? No, Thomas? Oh, there you go.
Record of note that she took a shortcut.
Hey, hi, I'm Wendy O'Malley. I'm a representative of the Echo Park Neighborhood Council, and thank you for giving us this chance to have a conversation. I agree with Councilmember Hernandez, the recommendations on LAPD reform and budget, and I also agree with concerns raised by the League of Women Voters, and they're here represented by the Black Lives Matter movement. We need LAPD reform, police officers, not intimidation, and less violence and more community contact. On November 1st, I was personally attacked by the police near Dodger Stadium. I was walking home from the Dia de los Muertos celebration when militarized police formed a line, charged people, used tear gas, and struck people with batons from horses. I was thrown into a wall, suffered a concussion, and sustained injuries. The show, of course, was funded by the LAPD. And as a neighborhood council member, I hear urgent complaints every day about basic infrastructure needs. Streetlights are out, crosswalks are unsafe, bus routes are incomplete, and microbuses do not serve anywhere close to all the communities. One of my neighbors recently was detained by ICE. The LAPD has been escorting ICE in my neighborhood. His first hearing isn't until March 5th. It costs at least 500 days to detain him, so $32,000 is being spent before his first hearing. I'm representing the neighbors who asked me as a volunteer to speak to you. I am not paid, and yet I feel like you haven't even approached our councils. You had a meeting in a park where we can talk to you. Come to the council.
Thank you so much. Thomas, John, Ryan.
Okay, you're right.
Thomas, okay, sorry, Liz, Barry, or no Nick's? Nick? Okay. We left, alright, that's. He's got to do Three.
Hello.
There you are.
I didn't know I was signed up for everything. I thought you haven't missed the meeting yet, so we just made assumptions. Very much appreciated. Well, I got here a little late, so I didn't think that I would actually sign up, so I'll just kind of do this one off the cuff. We've already gone very far in months in terms of the amount of charter reform commissions that we've been to attend. I've been lucky enough to come to every single one of them. And I always find that there is two senses that almost are competing. One is a sense of what does the city actually need, and another one of what is feasibly politically possible. And if they take this commission's recommendation to going directly to the voters, we would have to really sit down and think primarily about part number two. But in reality, since it's an advisory bill, we should probably be saying what would actually solve the problem. Go bold. Now, I'm not saying provide gold ingots and uniforms next, but when it comes to things like allowing the Public Safety Committee on the City Council to set police department policy and not just have everything rest of the police commission, we should go with it. When it comes to expanding the city council, we should push for as many as we can. When it comes to personnel or hiring reforms, we should allow people to be mid-level transfers between departments and actually hire the people who are within the city of Los Angeles based on their merit, not just based on who they know. We should have a multi-year budget that goes every 2 years, a capital improvement that goes every 5 years, and crucially, we are not going to solve all the city problems in just this charter reform, even if it was 10 years long. So have recurring mandatory commissions every 10 years. Thank you very much. I have one comment there. I can't tell you how much clearer, concise, and understandable you are when you're not reading your free script that's on your mobile phone. Thank you. That was wonderful. Thank you. Love you. Are there any? What are you going to follow? What you say?
We're surprised that you're not well. All right, thank you for the other speak. Thank you for the public.
Is there anyone here who hasn't spoken already that wishes to address the commission? I just want 2 hands and then we're gonna take a recess. Have to give your name on the record, please.
George Ronald, City of City. And I don't know if it's too late to propose something like this in all the recent scandals in city council. Indicate that we kind of need some kind of an oversight commission. And if we could let people, I thought it's called sortition, which is like running juries. If you could have a board that sits and is always available, the people that get replaced, kind of like a staggered term. That could initiate investigations if they have like a 2/3 of three-quarters vote. And if they could investigate other parts of the city and release documents, that would give the public some kind of power over ethics problems. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's one remaining speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Isaac Hale. I'm an assistant professor of politics here at Knoxville College. I appreciate you coming out today. As many other speakers have noted, LA's elections are fundamentally broken. While 25 to 31 city council seats would bring Los Angeles in line with other US cities, the truth is that many US city councils are small as a result of racist efforts in the early 1900s to exclude ethnic and racial minorities from government. As election expert Mike Ladner points out, even a 45-seat LA City Council would be in the low end of global norms given the city's population and global status. The larger a district, the less access any individual voter has to their elected representatives, the harder it is for any minority group, racial, ideological, or otherwise in the district to be a pivotal voting bloc. 23 districts is simply too few for a city as large and diverse as Los Angeles. I firmly urge the commission, the council, and reformers to consider proportional representation. Proportional representation makes it more likely that minority groups and less powerful interests will well represented in the council. Under PR, groups that are insufficiently geographically concentrated to win a single seat district could instead have a voice on the council by securing one of several seats in a multi-seat district. In just one example, consider that while only 37% of Angelinos are homeowners, the LA City Council has more landlords than renters. Proportional representation with multiple seats per district allow more renters and other underrepresented groups to have a voice on the council. Furthermore, proportional representation would effectively make gerrymandering possible, which could prevent a repeat of redistricting scandal that rocked Los Angeles in 2022. The time to boldly reimagine elections and governance in LA is now. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That concludes the public comment period. We will be in recess until 11:20. Wait, this. Okay, very quickly, only because some of us have understood.
You just noted some inequity in the commission's response to particular speakers.
Ma'am, this is, you can bring that up with us privately after.
Okay, we've all seated so I can bring that to you.
Yeah, yes. Okay, any other speakers who haven't spoken?
I spoke.
You can't speak again, I'm sorry. All right.
Let me pause the.
That will conclude the public comment period. We will be in recess until 20 minutes after 11. Everybody come back in, please.
Thank you.
Are you okay?
Mr. Chair, it's 11:25. Yes, I'm ready to do budget roll call for you guys. Okay. 26. Chair Stein. Present. Chair Mesa. Present. Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Thomas.
Commissioner Thomas. James.
Commissioner Stein has some phone training.
Commissioner Thomas will join us shortly. We have four, sir. Happy to jump into it.
Okay, okay, ladies and gentlemen, the first item that we're gonna take up is police reform / police accountability.
Yeah, under person, we're gonna start with personnel and budget, just let everyone know, we're gonna start with the subject of personnel.
And Mr. Thomas is now with us. And what I plan to do is to allow Mr. Thomas, since he was on the personality budget committee, and obviously has a great deal of interest and experience in police accountability, to speak first. Then we will go into the discussion of the items. And then I hope that there will be a motion. On this issue, so Commissioner Thomas, you can. Yours.
I want to begin by saying, that all of you come down. It seems like your family members, most of you, I've seen it so many times. There's a couple of things that I think you need to know about me. Number one, I used to investigate something. There is nothing that anybody can tell me about what police officers are capable of. There's nothing that anybody can tell me that will convince me that they are not a tight-knit group and they follow the script very well. And as has been pointed out by folks who have confronted this commission with regards to the way that they have felt, specifically Black folks, generally everyone, the way that they have felt. And one of the things that I think is important to understand, there are those of us who live and work and grew up in the Black community with Black people. And then there are those of us who fight for Black freedom and who study what Black people need, specifically in all people general, in order to manifest that freedom. And so that is the place where I sit. Most of these groups that have come here and spoke before us are not foreign. And this is not a, we are acting as if this is a very difficult thing to do in terms of holding police accountable. And it's not difficult at all. It's not a difficult thing to do. It's just the fact that you can hardly get elected unless you have their support. And that should not be. And I think that that is the reason that we need to deal with this in the chart. Now I'm gonna lay out what I think. Number one, let's give some facts, because people keep talking about data, but they don't ever really give the data. So this is the data. Now it may be a little dated. It's a long time since I presented it, maybe a couple of years ago. The police are less than 1% effective. 50% of violent crimes never get reported. I want you to get this. 50% of violent crimes never get reported to the police. Probably because people don't trust them, or because they know that nothing is going to happen as a result. 11% of that 50% that goes to trial ends in a conviction. 50% missing in terms of people reporting. The remaining 50% of that 50%, maybe 11% actually end in arrest or conviction, as arrest or conviction. So it's not a solid 11%. Then you have character. Addiction is very high among police officers. Very, very high. Probably almost 20 to 30%. Now, that's not my data. This is their data. Domestic violence, equally as high. In other words, if you are stopped by a police officer, and that police officer, you're a young woman and that police officer is male, you need to be concerned as to whether or not a sexual predator wearing a badge is stopping. Again, this is not my data. This is what they have admitted to. You know, kind of like the study where they asked men across the country that if you could commit rape and get away with it, would you do it? 70% of them said yes. These are the issues that we're dealing with. And as we go through this, see, I see this every day. I teach at a university. I get the crying students. I did not decide to be a professor to have to console students who are crying because of what this city is allowed. Under this particular leadership, the most diverse group of elected officials in the country. For us to not push forward these reforms that have been recommended, I had one amendment giving city council the authority to fire police officers. Giving city council the authority because somebody needs to be held accountable. And I want us, when we have this discussion, I want us to go based upon what the facts are. What the truth is. And the truth are always the facts. But the truth is, every time you hear the chief say that he can't fire anybody, that is a lie. That is a lie. He can get that ethics committee to do whatever he wants to do. Not because I'm saying it, because that's what he said to me. Not Jim McDonald, but the one that exited before that. And so I'm not speaking from a place that I know nothing about. On a consistent basis, I met with the last chief, and in every meeting, I was demanding his resignation for being the head of the most murderous police force in the country. I get the complaints, me, from Black and brown folks who are being persecuted and tortured by the police department. I raised those concerns to the district attorney, and I raised those concerns to the chief of police. To no avail. The police commission. It is a revolving door for Black people. I can appreciate Mayor Bassett's, I don't know why, Hail Mary, in terms of her most recent appointment. I can appreciate the Hail Mary, because that's exactly what it is. But at the same time, if you have a police commission that is viewed by the chief of police incapable, I'm quoting, incapable of supervising police officers because they've never been one.
if you have a tribunal of citizens who will do whatever it is the police chief says, or whatever it is that is politically expedient for elected officials, you continue to get more of the same. Now, my colleague here is going to introduce a motion wanting another Christopher Commission. Now, some of us have done a little research on that. Some of us, it is our job. I teach the Constitution. That's what I do. That's what I do. The Christopher Commission, the only thing that it accomplished was it established the fact, something we always knew, Black folks always knew this, that there was actual systemic racism within the police department. And one of the recommendations that did go through was the recommendation of an inspector general, who I'm still waiting on him to do his job. So then you have this police commission. No disrespect.
Picture us.
No disrespect. But the gentrifiers are invading. So if the police department is working on moving low-income people of color out of their neighborhoods, so that their neighborhoods can miraculously become safe when the first few white folks move in, that's what happens. Couple of white folks move in the neighborhood and it ain't the hood no more. The Christopher Commission failed in its ability to implement the reforms that they suggested. Now, if the Christopher Commission, then he's gonna bring this up, but he gonna be able to make these up.
You can see it, Commissioner Thomas and I talk a lot when he knows everything that I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
I know everything that he's gonna do.
Yeah, he does. So he likes the Christopher Commission concept. Getting a bunch of smart people in the room to decide these issues, because it's gonna take a lot of time. The smart people are in the room. They've been in the room for the entire time with regards to this process. That is the people who will be impacted by what we do and how we deal with policing in this city. And so the Christopher Commission, since folks like smart people, and you know, if you were Western trained, you ain't as smart as you think you are. You was trained in this country. That's where you got your education from. You're not as smart. That's just for free. You know, you ain't as smart as you think you. The Christopher Commission, what followed the Christopher Commission was the Rampart scandal. Y'all familiar with the Rampart scandal? You know about the Rampart scandal?
You told me all about it. Yeah, of course I know the Rampart scandal.
They said you know what? I gotta answer that.
Yeah, I've only been around this city on commission since 1988, so yes, I think I do.
That don't mean nothing to me, cause you being around, being on and being around. Are you, bottom line is, we had the Rampart scandal after the Blue Ribbon Christopher Commission. Then not only that, then we had the consent decree. So after the brilliance of the Christopher Commission, and see, some people talk about what happened in rooms. I was actually in the room. Some people talk about what happened. Some people read about what happened. I was actually in the room. I was in the room when Chief Parks spoke to City Council before it was confirmed that he would not be reappointed. What he said was the Rampart scandal is the tip of the iceberg when compared to the level of corruption in the LAPD. That's what the former chief said.
Mr. Thomas, that's what I'm going to ask you to do, if you would, please. is speak about the reforms.
No, I need to set the context. I want to
Here,
yeah, we're gonna speak about the reforms, because to me, all the reforms just need to just be moved forward, that's what I'm talking about. I'm speaking about them all being moved forward with one amendment, and that one amendment being the city council has veto authority, they can fire police officers. So if, I think you really need to get rid of both of those so-called fake citizens commissions. I think you need to get rid of both of them. But at the end of the day, city council and the mayor should be responsible for who is policing this city. Because if they are responsible for who is policing this city, then we can hold them accountable. We can't hold Chief McDonald accountable. We can't hold anybody on that police commission accountable. We're not in the capacity to do that. But we can vote everybody else out. We didn't vote on Chief McDonald. I told him he wasn't, I didn't support him. I supported the black one. I think we need some women in that spot. For once. For once. And so now, the gentleman who spoke last from Studio City, what he said really gets at what we really ultimately want to do. These elected officials know that they gotta do a whole lot of work in terms of trying to uphold this stance, this tough on crime stance that is supposed to be where the police is supposed to be the solution. And so many of them feel like they need that endorsement. Feel like they need that endorsement from the Police Protective League. Well, if there was more of a jury type system and a public advocate to deal with a lot of these issues, we wouldn't be here. And so I just want to say that the basis of my claim and my proposal to allow the mayor and city council to fire police is because when that was done in Camden, New Jersey, was one of the roughest cities in the country. I joke about it and say, if you look in the direction of Camden, you would rob yourself back in the day. Camden's mayor and city council decided that they were going to fire all of their police officers. And that's exactly what they did. And after they fired those police officers, they allowed them to be rehired. They needed to be investigated again. They needed to take the psychological test again. And for the first time, they looked into their records. And many of them, because of their records of misconduct, were not qualified to be rehired. After they did that, after they defunded the police, crime went down 73%. Crime went down 73%. And it's been the lowest that it has ever been in 55 years. And so all of this stuff around not being able to fire police, about not being able to do police reform, about looking at best practices, all of those things go out the window when it seems like it's something that's going to help Black people specific, everybody else general. Whenever it seems like something's going to help, it's ignored. The decision is to be made by people more smarter than us. And I would argue, if you ain't with me and you ain't in the community, then you are ignorant of the community. And I don't care how smart you are. And so this is not a decision that needs to be made by anybody else except the community. And the community has said collective. I don't care if it was last minute, it's last minute because y'all didn't bring them on before. I've had various 20-minute rants about how I know black people in this room, how I know black people speak, how I know brown people speak. We're a city of Latinos. Been pulling teeth to try to get, we can't, something's wrong. Something's wrong, and I've said this too. The way you present, the perception that you give is truth to people who will never meet or know you. And this commission has not acted properly as it relates to the meeting. We've listened though. But I'm talking about in terms of the issues that these Black-led organizations have been raising. And the interesting thing is that it ain't just Black folks that feel this way. We have a cross section of people. And so it is very important to understand what police accountability is. Police accountability is what happened in Florida with Andrew Joseph III, a 12-year-old who had gone to the school fair, to the state fair, a trip with his entire class. There were over 100 Black students who were at that fair. Because of horseplay, the police corralled them, took them away from the fair, and then dropped them off and kicked them out of the fair. Andrew Joseph, they dropped him at the back of the fair. Pitch black at night. Parents waiting for him at the front gate. He begs the officer, please, I don't want to go in the fair, but my parents are waiting for me in the front. Just let me walk through the fair. The officer said, no. Go that way. That way was the freeway. Andrew Joseph III attempted to walk that freeway. By the time his parents got around to the back, his body parts were spewed all over the freeway. And this officer expected not to be held accountable. He thought that he was going to get immunity, which they mostly get. In this particular incident, there was no immunity given to the saints. But you heard that whole story, but that ain't the story. The story was when Andrew Joseph III's parents got on that stand. When that mother and father got on that stand. I have never seen a better example of strength and dignity and courage and poise in my life. I saw royalty that day. In the African sense, not because of money or wealth, but because of character. And so what I'd like to say to this commission, I don't care what you've been told about what the community is asking for. I don't care what side of politics you are on. If you haven't learned anything with what is happening today, you should have learned that you too can be the next detainee. That you too can be the next Keith Porter, the first American killed by an ICE agent that most people don't even know about because he was black. In Northridge. He hasn't been charged. His murder hasn't been charged. And so when we talk about trauma, there was a certain level of trauma that folks living under the siege of government are forced to have to deal with. You multiply that times 1,000 and you get black folks. And so I want this commission to consider not what is best for elected officials, they may not decide to choose it. If they decide not to support it, then we as the people know what we got to do next. It's really simple. It's really simple. Let us not be guilty of that. And so that is my ask. And I will ask you, Mr. Chair, that you would not even make your motion. Because your motion is not appropriate in this moment. Now, if that is something that the city council wants to do, then let them do it, but let them be accountable. In my opinion, I'm just telling you, regardless of how anyone's perception may be of you, I know you. I know your heart. And at the end of the day, I am asking you to not make that proposal. Please, please don't do it. Because if you think that these people that have come in here and spoken to us are going to let that go, they are not going to let it go. And if you poke the bear, can't get him back in the cage. You know, so let's let the people who are charged with responsibility to determine what they want to do, because their last Christopher Commission didn't work, and their consent decree didn't work. So the only people that they have not allowed to manage the police department are the people. And I will even concede that the people can do some of that work through electing city council people and mayors who share their vision and their views. But I also believe that the people need to have a real role in how the LAPD is managed and not what is current, not just in name, a real role, a real role. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask other commissioners to respond and give their comments, I'd like to address in some ways the elephant in the room. Commissioner Thomas and I have a very good personal relationship and a very good working relationship. And both of us from the very beginning have reached a conclusion that it's all right to disagree and still be friends. I look at police reform and accountability. And notice I'm putting in the word accountability because my friend here uses police accountability more than reform. But when we were sent a list of previous council motions on what the Charter Commission might, doesn't say we have to, might look at, police reform and accountability wasn't even on that list. It is by the sheer determination of Commissioner Thomas and others, our committee, I said, and others that have elevated that this would be considered by the ad hoc committee, by the subcommittee, by the ad hoc committee, and anything that the ad hoc committee does will be reviewed by the full commission. So at the end of the process, it won't be the 6 of us voting on it and that is the final decision. it'll be 13 of us that's providing now that we've lost a member, that we get another one appointed and confirmed, but 12 or 13 of us that will be doing it. I don't think there's one person that sits here on this commission, and one person that sits on the entire commission doesn't believe that there should be a thorough investigation. What are you saying, Rob? I'm not speaking to the mic.
No, I was pointing to me.
Oh, stop. A thorough investigation of police reform. May not be a popular thing that I'm gonna say, but I'm gonna say it. The 13 of us are not qualified. Commissioner Thomas thinks he is, but the 13 of us are not qualified to make this type of decision in this short period of time. None of us don't think it's necessary. But this isn't the forum. I let you speak. Calm down for a minute.
But I can't let that.
You can let anything.
That is blatantly. And again, like I said before, when you don't know what you don't know, that is blatantly disrespectful to the people sitting in the audience who have been harmed. And what I'm saying to that is, because if we're not qualified to determine this, we need to study and study and study. I just gave you.
You gave me
blue ribbon. I gave you blue ribbon. I gave you blue ribbon. You brought up the Christopher Commission. I gave you blue ribbon. Christopher Commission failed. I gave you the consent decree. The federal government managing the police department failed. The only thing that hasn't been tried is the people working with city council and the mayor. And I even gave you an example of that working in Camden, New Jersey. So what I'm saying is that it sounds a lot like what Martin Luther King would talk about. Delay means never. Either we want to do so, and again, if we don't want to do anything, that's fine. Just say it. Just say it. I'm not getting ready to deal with this issue of police because I don't want to. Say it. But if you're not willing to say it, because nobody is fooled in this room. Everybody in this room, by applause, who see what's going on here?
And I will note this room is 40 people out of a city of 4 million people that are affected by this. And it is, excuse me, I'm speaking now. Thank you.
No, but you can't say that, because then you disqualify this entire commission. The work of this commission, if what you're saying is true, then the work of this commission is disqualified. Then we should not be able to make any recommendations, not even from city council, not even from elected officials, not from the mayor, not from any of these other agencies, because I ain't never worked for public work. I barely know what it is.
Right.
Okay.
I barely know what, and so the bottom line is, what's not gonna happen? Not on any commission I'm sitting on. We're not gonna push Black issues to the side and say, we're gonna let somebody else do it. No, it has been brought before us.
That's right.
And either you're for it or you're not.
That's right.
And if you are not for it, that is your own personal business.
That's right.
But we don't have to accept the reasons that are given. And if you put all of this together in its totality, if you just from day one, if you put it all together, if you go back and look at all of the videos, you will notice that the issue of anti-Blackness and the pervasive environment of anti-Blackness, which has caused us to sit at this table, is happening right here on this commission. And so the bottom line is, whether or not it's known or unknown, I didn't say racist, I said anti-Blackness. Because what most don't know, they don't know what they don't know. And I just said to Justin, I said, Y'all just clueless. He felt like I could have said that.
If the police was
Oh, no.
not getting the character
No,
assassination.
I ain't getting no care. I ain't getting no care. Now you protect the justice. I ain't getting no care. I'm saying, I'm explaining my point. What I'm saying is that people think they know black people. But you don't. And so we are a university in and of ourselves. And whenever we try to share the knowledge, it's offensive.
Have I ever said that?
Not you. I ain't talking about you. I'm talking. What I'm saying is that this is an opportunity for you to be in solidarity with people.
Now,
Because ICE
Commissioner,
is doing to. ICE is doing to.
Is the record-
You said you're going to be my son.
I am. Well, but I'm trying to give you a broad path, you know.
You did. So, but let me just say this. What ICE is doing, they've been doing to black people for the last 250 years. There's nothing new. If we would have stopped it, and Daniel Goleman said this in his book, Emotional Intelligence. He said, if we dealt with the issues that face black people, then we probably would eliminate the issue before it gets to everybody else. Because whatever is happening with black people happens 10 years before it gets to everybody else. And I think I heard somebody say that. So are we gonna deal with it or are we not?
We're not gonna deal with it if my motion passes.
Well,
And
let's
you're
hope
gonna, I'm not ready to make a motion.
We're gonna deal with it.
I'm trying to get a word in edgewise, my friend.
Okay, well, I'm just saying.
Okay, that's fine. I've gotta tell you, so, excuse me, ma'am, you're out of order.
That don't, I'm just telling you that. Just let it go. It's not.
Yeah, it's, what basically
Go ahead, make
is offensive. I'm not making a motion yet. I'm gonna see what other commissioners have to say about it.
Okay. Let me.
But what I'm trying to say is, you and I have probably spent God knows how many hours on the phone or in person together. And we have discussed this issue. And I'm resentful that after all of those, you would say, and I don't know how many countless times that I've told you, that I don't walk in the shoes of a black man, so it is much harder for me to understand what the black community goes through than
I don't know.
what
I understand what they go.
okay,
Because I care.
okay,
Because I care.
and so do I, and so is everyone, okay,
Okay.
okay. Here's me, the reason in my mind that this is an inappropriate forum is, this came out of nowhere in terms of what, oh, let me finish.
Not true.
Well, you can say that, you can go through all the council motions and see if there is one there. You just tell me when the number of the council.
It was created before the mayor vetoed police reform. So
Okay.
talk about that.
Rob.
He vetoed it after the.
Rob.
I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
I'm not saying anything about your right, Mr. Romulus. The Christopher Commission, even though they weren't quote unquote the community, and I grant you that, had some of the finest minds that there were. They had a lengthy period of time to study the issue. They personally, the commission, not one person, interviewed 500 police officers in order to try to get an understanding. We've interviewed 0. They had 30 staff attorneys. And we don't even get a city attorney that will show up on Saturdays. On all that stuff. Because there's legal questions, and council, excuse me, don't talk over me.
That's not.
I don't talk over you.
You can. This is how I speak.
That's fine, and I speak that we don't talk over each other, and at this point, I'm the chairperson of the commission. If you wanna move over a seat, you would be the chairperson of the commission. But the point that I'm trying to make is, we are not equipped.
Who are you to say that? Who are you to say that? Who are you to determine that we are not equipped?
I can tell you, I'm not equipped.
Okay, then you don't, then you vote against it. Or you vote.
I'm gonna make a motion and we're gonna
Please make
see.
the motion, please make the motion.
I wanna hear, excuse me, ma'am, it's third time.
I'm voluntarily leaving because you can't legislate protection for harm. It's your mission. It's
Okay,
your mission. Don't let me black and white. You can't legislate protection.
before I make a motion, ma'am, before I make a motion, are there other commissioners who wish to speak on this subject? Police reform and accountability, one, and two, whether or not there are certain things that you feel this commission should hear that and other things that perhaps we shouldn't. That's question one that I have.
But have we ever done this like this? Have we done any other of these reforms like this? No, we haven't.
Well, I think we've made a number of reforms. They may.
Anyway, go ahead, I'm not gonna interrupt you.
Thank you. Is that a promise?
May. Don't say that.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we made it.
You said something that's incorrect.
Commissioner Murray, I saw your hand go up.
Yes. I'm sorry, I apologize for my voice. I'm a Black woman, I was born and raised in Los Angeles, California. I'm a third generation Afro-Latino. My parents, as well as my grandparents, were community activists in South Central LA. My father was on one of the original census committees who served in the state legislature. My mother was an advocate for housing and busing. And I'm used to all of these as a kid, just like Max little kids would step to commission meetings. My brother was also a community activist and served in the state legislature. And is now an advocate for housing for all. They've all been castigated in the press and the news, privately, as have I. I'm a deputy district attorney for Los Angeles County. The reason I chose that, I wanted to be an advocate for the underrepresented, and those include the victims of domestic violence, rape, and human trafficking. I work with LAPD along with a lot of other law enforcement agencies, and I give a voice to victims. I get paid by the county. I don't get a chink in the armor, other what happens in my cases. And I've also been a volunteer in several commissions. This is my second commission. I'm a smart person, and LAPD, they need to be held accountable for their actions. There were several proposed recommendations or reforms that the budget, I believe the budget and planning committee, which Mr. Thomas sat on, discussed. One was racial and socioeconomic equity value statement and limiting the use of pretext stops, improve public accessibility to the Board of Police Commissioners, expand commissioner diversity demographics, new requirements for inspector general audits, protest, ensure First Amendment rights protections, improve public records disclosure, require LAPD to pay legal settlements out of their own budget, not the general fund, border rights improvements or elimination, give the mayor and city council a direct power with LAPD, potentially equal to or greater than the police commission, with the right to override both commissions, crime reduction by restructuring police budget and diverting funds for poverty reduction, allow the chief of police to remove officers with repeated history of harm. I believe those were, mandate periodic data-driven reviews of LAPD deployment and equipment. Some of those recommendations were concerning to me. I wanted a little bit more information. One of them was basically defund the police. I don't believe in defunding the police. I do believe we should have hire more police officers. Because like every other department, they're underfunded and understaffed. However, I do believe we need to divert more funds to our community programs. That sort of aligns with what we're talking today with the Black workers here. My father was a city worker. My sister-in-law is a city worker. We're government workers that got our family into the middle class. So I believe in that, and the young people, the young African-American men spoke up and said, hey, they got their jobs. They understand that as a way to support their families. I appreciate that. So I don't wanna say necessarily to fund the police, but I do, we should have additional resources to community services. The one question that I had, and I just need more information on it, and those of you who have been working with me and like other commissioners know that I generally do a deep dive into all the issues, but sometimes I need more clarification. Was with taking the legal settlements out of their own budget and not the general fund. I just have questions about the logistics of that and how that would work. I know we've had a lot of speakers over the course of the last several months who've discussed that, but I have some more questions about that. I'm ready to talk about police accountability and I'm ready to vote on it now.
And Commissioner, I just wanted you to know also, thank you for that, for recounting that. But the defund the police,
Could you please?
the defund,
I'm gonna come back to you, Commissioner Murray, you can do that.
Commissioner Murray,
Excuse me,
the-
let her speak and have her turn.
I'm gonna let her speak, but I just want her to know that defund the police should not have been a part of those recommendations, because in our committee, we chose different wording.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
Commissioner Murray, you have anything further?
No,
Commissioner Andradis?
I think this is a really complex issue, and like you discussed, Commissioner Stein, the way in which it got into our agenda was late in the process. And Commissioner Thomas, I've had police in my home when I was a child. And this is a deeply personal issue, and I think it deserves a lot of attention, not just in this commission, but after we leave. My main concern is that we don't have the subpoena authority to get LAPD officers in front of us. We don't have the ability, we don't have a substantive budget. We haven't spent a lot of time discussing LAPD reform at the commission level, but even at the subcommittee level, there hasn't been enough discussion. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't pass any of these recommendations, but I think that we do need further scrutiny. We shouldn't do a blanket proposal to move everything forward. I think that Commissioner Stein's idea for a commission is not bad, but you're right, the Christopher Commission did fail in many ways. I would love to see something with real teeth, but with much more power than us, that can actually have direct authority to get it on the voters. And if there's some kind of concession between the two, I would love to see that. But all of that to say, I think that this is an issue that does need further study, and I'm not an expert, and several on our commission may be experts on this issue, but there are much more people with more legitimacy that can talk about this, and that can involve community members more than we have. And we've had people come in public comment, we've had people present to us, but there are other avenues to get true community involvement in a way that we haven't. So I all of that to say, I something between the two of you, I would love to see.
But we really have. The problem is, when I kept asking that the Black-led organizations, present to a full commission, it was then decided for them to meet with the committee. Our committee has thoroughly discussed this. You will not get better people in this city to talk about police than those who present to us.
Well, I totally respect that, I respect that, but your committee was the last to meet out of all of ours, and it didn't have enough meetings. And I know that you have thoroughly vetted this at the committee level, but I think you were done a disservice, not by our staff and not by the committee members, but just by the way in which this was placed on our agenda. as a
But we have
commission.
to accept these, I'm just saying, we have to, see, we want to not accept responsibility. And so all I'm saying is, let's be honest. Why is this such an issue? What amazes me is that ranked choice voting and city council expansion is probably the one thing that they probably will not support. But yet, we're pushing it forward. But when it comes to police accountability, it's almost like we're fearful. It's like, I'm gonna mess up with an elected official. No, we need to stop from having elected officials have to deal with dancing with the proverbial devil. in order to be elected. And we have the capacity to do that in a job. And no commission is going to deal with that. And people do not have time. How many people are gonna die between the time that we study this? See, this is what the problem is. If you don't have to look in the eyes of people who have been killed by the police, you don't have to hold parents' hands whose kids have been killed by police. You don't have to pray for them. You don't have to struggle for words to say to comfort someone who has been just blown away by the police. Then you don't understand this issue. And if you don't understand it, there is at least one person at this table who does. At least one. And I would think that has been enough for me to support some of the things that I absolutely did not support on this commission.
Okay, Commissioner Andrade?
No, I think that's other.
Yeah, okay.
Commissioner Messer?
There is one item that, well, there are many items that I'm curious to hear commissioners' thoughts on. There's one item that has really been uplifted to me, which is the lack of ability for the public and city elected officials to have a fair hearing process at the police commission. There will be a discussion on the validity of public oversight, which is the underpinning of having a police commission, rather than elected officials being the ones to dictate police policy. This has been an issue that has been grappled with for at least half a century within the city. And the pendulum swings from having elected officials to deal with police policy, to having public dealing with police policy. And sometimes I feel like it's because of the composition of the council and elected officials. When the council and elected officials are more conservative, people want there to be more civilian oversight. When the council is more progressive and liberal, the people want there to be more oversight from elected officials. And it's hard to craft public policy that will adjust for those political dynamics. But what has been clear to me is that even when the council is able to cobble together a majority on police reform or instructions to the police department, that the police commission does not even have to consider it, does not even have to hold a hearing, does not even have to get public input, and just completely ignore it. I believe that that needs to be addressed. I have some thoughts on how that can be addressed, and I'm happy to wait until we have discussion on emotion, but that is something that is absolutely of interest to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanchez?
Thank you, Chair Stein. I want to thank everybody who comes out consistently to speak to us and to hear your voices. I am a Latina, a Mexican immigrant who came to this country when I was 12 years old. One thing to note is that I was actually born in Pacoima, so I was documented immigrant into this country. My mother worked for LAUSD. She was a government worker and enjoys, at her 92 years of age, a wonderful pension from LAUSD. My father worked for General Motors, was a good union member with United Auto Workers as well. And I consistently hear that this is a Black issue for so many. Commissioner Thomas, our people also have gone through so many challenges every single day. As one who advocates primarily for our Spanish-speaking communities and Latino communities, I've advocated for Special Book 40, work with our LAPD to make sure that those immigrants who are afraid because of their documented status to speak to police, to be witnesses, to be able to come forward. Also, in full transparency, I am the sister of an LAPD female officer who has retired at 50 years of age because she could not continue to be promoted because of the discrimination that women, Latinas, women of color face through our police department. Perhaps it's gotten better, but she also enjoys a nice retirement as well. Nevertheless, I do want to point out that this is an issue that's deeply affecting all minorities and not just the Black community, it's our Asian community, it's our Mexican, it's our Latino, our Central Americans, everybody who's coming here for a better life. What we're seeing in the streets today is the kidnapping, the violation of our First Amendment to so many of our families, those who are afraid to go see their doctor, go to school, go get groceries, because they may not come home to see their children, or children who may not be able to see their parents once they get home from school. Personally, while I have worked very closely with LAPD on reform and other issues throughout my life, feel that this is a topic that needs further discussion, further deep dive. There is good, bad, and ugly with LAPD and all of our government and our government systems, and know that we're here to try to put through some sense of what our city council and our voters can ultimately tackle. I personally would like to hear more of a debate on this issue because it is so complex, and worry about the time frame that we have to be able to put something forward.
Thank you. I'm gonna make one comment, and I'm gonna ask Mr. Thomas if he wishes to make another comment. The argument that you have made to me, Tim, of having either council or the mayor council, or mostly council being able to. No, this is on the issue of whether to fire or not fire a police officer that's acted improperly, or on the issue of whether or not the council have the authority on employment matters. Unfortunately, we do not have a city attorney here today. But, and I want to make it clear, I have not spoken to the city attorney on the issue. I've spoken to you on it, but I didn't speak to the city attorney. But I discussed with the executive director to please talk to the city attorney as to whether or not we have the ability to make council a part of the employment decision. And the answer was no. I want to reemphasize, I did not have that discussion, so I am giving you a hearsay answer, and have been a lawyer for 50 years, and I know that hearsay answers aren't always the best. I know you're ready to speak. That is my reticence on whether council should have the right to make an employment decision on that. If not for that, I'd be with you. I mean, I think that circumstances today are such that there are a number of cases, not to the full extent that you have put forward, there are cases, but there are a number of cases where the Board of Rights has made a recommendation. They just last week overturned the police chief on one issue. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's the right approach, the wrong approach. I think your idea of giving council that, if it is legal, is one thing. But to pass something like that, if it's not legal, just gives us a great fight that we don't need, because I can assure you, and again, this is from experience on.
You know,
Wait.
not fake.
Okay. And you think I am?
Okay, but let's
Okay.
fight together.
Okay.
Then let's fight together.
But the point is, I'm not gonna have the Police Protective League spend $3 million. Yeah, what a minute, it's okay. I don't have a problem with that, James. I'm not gonna have the Police Protective League spend $3 million, $5 million to defeat charter reform that we have worked our butts off for the last 8 months or whatever the time period might be.
So we
Wait, will you let me finish? To see all of our work go down in flames, because this commission has worked their butts off. And you get me a legal opinion saying that the city council of Los Angeles has the ability to discuss employment decisions and make those employment decisions, which the city attorney doesn't believe. Is one thing, but that's my issue. It's not an issue that I don't think that you're right on whether or not the council should have that power. And whether the mayor should have that power. It's the belief that it may not be legal. And that's it. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
You have your own.
No, this is stop you from interrupting. I don't mind you interrupting them.
May I speak again, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Commissioner Murray, you have the floor.
Thank you. Several years ago, I was president of the California Association of Black Employers. And we led several issues involving criminal justice reform. This was in the wake of George Floyd, but we have been dealing with this for the past 2 years. And we presented legislation to the state government about body cams. We presented legislation about grand juries investigating police shootings. And you all know there's the saying that presenting anything for a grand jury of a ham sandwich can get indicted. We wanted to have hearings on all police killings. We also presented legislation about having an independent investigation of all police shootings. When we first presented the body cam legislation, everybody thought we were crazy and nobody wanted to touch it at the time in the legislature, including the including the California Black Caucus. Now, every single agency, and at least in the city of Los Angeles, county of Los Angeles, has body cams, and we have a system where we have access to all the body cams in the DA's office, and we present that to also defense counsel. So now any police encounter is caught on what's called evidence.com, which share. Sometimes you have to stand up and be counted, and I believe that time is now. We've had a lot of obscure testimony, not obscure, but complicated testimony with regards to the budget and the CIO and the CFO and all this stuff. I'm not an expert in accounting, but I've done a deep dive and done some additional research on my own. I've talked to some of the community partners. Where's my Rachel's voting folks? They're the Nick, who I had extensive conversations with. So it can be done. It's not radical. People thought that having body cams was radical 10 years ago, and now they're commonplace. People thought having independent investigations of all police shootings was radical, but now we have a section in the Department of Justice where they independently investigate all police shootings. I'm a district attorney, I'm a prosecutor. I work with police every day, and I work with some great detectives, great investigators, great cops on the street. It's an honorable profession. But I don't, sometimes you have to stand up and be counted. Thank you.
Is there anything else, Commissioner Murray?
That's it. I think my voice is done, so.
Well, you said a whole lot. I tell you, you said a whole lot. I really appreciate, I appreciate your wisdom and I'm just pointing out. I think the significant difference, and I want to make this clear. When I say Black folks, I mean Black folks. I'm not excluding everybody else. Because I can't be Black and exclude other people. And I certainly cannot be a Christian and exclude. But I center Black people because I want the conversation to be about Black people. Because if I don't, it never does. And so I don't apologize for that. I'm just seeking to explain. Because if anybody understands what's going on with us, as somebody whose picture was profiled in an article where the bishop is saying, get your priests and pastors, get your affairs in order. I understand that issue. And I have gotten my affairs in order, But I'm also chomping at the bit for the next protest. And so I just want to say that. But I'm sorry, I believe that Commissioner Stein is sincere in what he is saying. I think he is sincerely wrong. And this is why. Because the goalpost has now been moved. The goalpost has been moved. Why do we need to consult the city attorney when we haven't consulted him about many of these other things? The city attorney has been telling us, even when he's sitting in our meetings, the city attorney has been telling us what we need to be doing right. The city attorney hasn't given any leadership on the recommendations. And so, not in my view. And so, the bottom line is that as we have been arguing in this commission, we ain't all that trustful of the city attorney. And whether or not, this is what the community is going to say, and whether or not the city attorney, whose interests does the city attorney represent? Does the city attorney represent the interests of elected officials who are going to find this difficult for them, given the political landscape, given the power and the money of the Police Protective League? And at the end of the day, before segregation was ended, before we got civil rights, it had failed. So to me, if putting this on the ballot, getting this, just because you got $5 million to put in the campaign, don't mean you're going to win. Because you lost with Measure J. That was a quote unquote defund the police piece of legislation. You lost 70% of Angelenos voted in favor of Measure J. Angelenos they want police accountability. They have learned what police reform is. Police reform is more money, because it's the first thing that they tell you. Oh, well, the difficult time you're having with our people of color in the community has to do with these guys haven't been trained. So on top of our initial budget, because you're mandating this training, we need more money. And then you go out and you buy more militarized weapons. That's not what I said. That's what the former chief of police of San Diego and Seattle said. And so we can talk about how we don't have evidence, we don't have enough information. No, you don't want to receive the information that you get. Because if you were sitting in my classroom, you would have to accept what I'm saying as an expert. You would have to do that. But you don't have to do that in this setting. But at the end of the day, we need to move this forward so that we can talk about this in the full commission. And we need to invite, if everybody wants more information, we need to invite those groups that presented this to present to the entire commission so that any questions that we may have can be answered at that particular time. And so I guess, can I make that a motion? We got the city attorney here now, right? No, we got an attorney. We got an attorney. Yeah, 2 minutes. That's the problem, 2 minutes. No, and I'm kidding. Because you said you're gonna bail. You said you're gonna bail me out.
Wait, I'm kidding, but I always tell the same judge, what are the 25,000 attorneys at the bottom of the sea? And the answer is a good start.
So I guess I would like to formulate what I just said into a motion. Justin, can you help me do that? So what I'm asking is,
Well, first it's up to the chair, I know the chair had a motion.
yeah,
We can do it one of two ways, Mr. Thomas, and either way. I can make a motion as to what you know I'm going to pay. And we can see if that passes. Or you can start and make the motion and see if that passes, and if it doesn't pass, then the default would be coming back to me. I would ask you not to make the motion yet, not so I can make mine. But I think there's still a discussion. I think that it's really Chair Mesa, even though he's giving me the privilege of being able to do the ad hoc committees, and that's the only reason I used the being a chair in front of mine. He made a motion that if the council asked for it, that the police commission had to schedule that item within 30, 60 days. I don't know that Commissioner Mesa has thought it all the way through. It should be 30 days or 60 days or 45 days, but his intent is very clear that if council makes a motion on issues that they want the police commission to discuss, then the police commission has to discuss those. I wanted.
so no disrespect to Chair Mesa's motion.
I haven't made a motion.
Oh, That ain't got nothing to do with me. You know, and what I'm saying is that what we need to understand is we have a do nothing commission already.
Us or them? In your opinion.
Whoa. You said that.
I knew he'd say.
You're right. You're all right. Yeah, do you all, and this is a very honest, sincere question, and I don't, want to really belabor this. But do you all really think that, again, if you've gone to a police commission meeting, or you've been involved in a police commission meeting, then you understand that you are more likely to get apprehended by the police by going over your minutes than you are walking on the street. As a matter of fact, when they did that to Dr. Lynn Abdullah, she sued them. And she won. And it set the protocol for how meetings are to be handled, because what they would do is just call the police on. I've been in commission meetings where the person wasn't even done, his time hadn't run out. They just didn't like what he was saying. And he wasn't cursing them out, which is customary when you go to those meetings. And so it's important to understand that if you are in any way affirming that commission, you are complicit in what is happening to people in the city of LA. And if you believe that the chief of police, that we're gonna sit here and talk about the chief of police not having the authority to fire, that is just a flat out lie. It's not true. It's just not true.
But then if he has the authority, why are we considering it as a charter?
I don't want to give him authority. But at least would stop him from lying. He can, but the point is that, because again, if I had my way, there would be no ethics commission or police commission, because both of them have failed. They have not held up to their charge. But this is the point. A lot of this is simply because you haven't been there to see it for yourself. If you are there to see it for yourself, I'll give you an example, one example. During COVID, there were protests happening. All of a sudden, a line of maybe 50 preachers walked into the police commission building. Mind you, there are people online in the hopper to speak who can't go into the building because of COVID. But they let all these pastors in. Now, I'm a pastor myself, but I had a problem with that. We can't make it choose what people we're gonna listen to. We gotta listen to everybody. And so I just want us, to me, the most rational thing to do would be to give, and I don't believe it's a violation of, because if an outside group can win legislation to monitor police work, that's what body cameras do. They monitor police work. If they can get this bad, having the mayor and city council have at least the ability to fire or recommend rehiring shouldn't be a stretch. Because one of the things we also know is that there are officers who have interfered with another officer brutalizing a citizen. And the officer that interferes, that stops the brutality, is the one that gets reprimanded or fired. And so if we're going to do something to bring about change, let's not do a ceremony. Let's, at the very least, add a layer of accountability where the mayor and city council, and I think this gentleman's idea is excellent. He organized juries for a whole lot of things. We believe, quote unquote, in the jury system. Maybe that should be the way that the police commission is configured. Just a group of private citizens that are seated to listen to a case, especially if they're controversial. So I just wanted to say that let's please allow, if we're gonna move forward, let's move forward with tangible, real, actionable change. Not the ceremony. And not, hold on. And let's keep the main thing. If, number one, just because, and I know that it's not true because if you look at the minutes, there was a public comment about police transparency, police reform, early on. I think it was August. But everything has been lax that has remotely related to the people, and specifically Black people. It's always lax. It's been lax. And we have to own that. And that's what makes this problematic, because people are coming up with all these excuses as to why we can't move forward. And because we got this so late, no, you are the reason it came late. Because if you live in the world, then you know what's going on out here in the street. You watch the news. The community should not have had to bring ICE and police transparency up to us. That should have been the main thing that we should have been thinking about sitting at this table. Because that's something that we can do. And if it is illegal, and I don't think that it is because there are city councils and mayors that do, if it is illegal, then I'm hoping, because one of the things about discrimination is that governments cannot treat one group different than another. And what I'm saying today is all of this emphasis on attorneys and how complicated this is and how we don't understand it and we don't have expertise. We've not said that about anything else. And we are arguing that everything else that we have heard. We understand the issue clearly. We are experts and prepared to make a decision. I don't think that they would have selected us if that was the requirement. They would have gotten the people who were seated experts. They wanted community, because they wanted a community respect. And so that's what we have heard. And it's, and again, I'm gonna let you make your motion. That's what we have heard. And if we're going to just continue to do the same thing, I'm only asking one thing. Is just say it. Because it's exhausting, it's exhausting. And it's insulting when we hear the attempt to explain away and to justify why it seems appropriate for us to keep dying in the street. Because that's how I hear it. That's how I hear it. It's appropriate for us, just like it was appropriate for us to be addicted to crack. But all of a sudden, it's a health epidemic when white folks are addicted to meth. And what's that other drug? I can't think of the other drug that's killing her. And fentanyl. This is a reality. This is a reality. And I don't want to be a part of that reality without knowing. Innocently or ignorantly. But what I am saying is the broader message is we got time. We can wait. And in the meantime, Black and brown bodies are being shot. Now we got the white bodies too. Are being shot down in the street. We have to be willing to own that. And the I can't wait narrative. That's what Martin Luther King said. So we all celebrated MLK Day. I'm sure we did. We're all believe in diversity on this commission.
Commissioner Thomas might want other commissioners to be able to speak, and if you want to make your motion first, that's.
No, I'm gonna let you make your motion first.
No, I wanna.
I'm gonna
have
give
a
you.
question for another commissioner.
Okay, and I'm gonna give it to another commissioner. King said, delay means nothing.
Commissioner Murray, Chair Mesa has made one motion. Okay, thank you for correcting me. Has made one suggestion that perhaps if we consider, the police commission has to review certain, and we could ask by the council. Were any of the lists that you had, Mr. Murray, that you want to add on to that? I know you enumerated probably 5, 6, 7 items.
So this is from the staff report.
The full list. That was a full list she just, it was a full list she just opened.
Well, to your thing, you know, don't get the title of these making complete. Play games.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Let's not play games. You all do your motions.
Okay, I just had a question, of clarification for Commissioner Thomas. I was reviewing sort of like the letters that have been sent us into us on police reform, specifically relating to the disciplinary process. Your idea of giving counsel and the mayor's office, you've articulated clearly, I understand it. What, I guess my question is, I have not seen that from any members of the public. I have seen numerous recommendations, actually enhancing the chief of police authority, and I want to just share some examples, because it's coming from people who were just applauded earlier today, in public comment. So the gentleman who provided what he handed us out, his charter amendments on this, under disciplinary authority said, the chief of police shall have authority to impose discipline, and then, that's in his recommendations. The letter that was submitted.
I'm not arguing with you, so you don't have to go through it, I agree.
I'm just asking, because you said you're gonna make a motion to
Right.
rest in the time.
Right, because and let me tell you why.
But if I could just finish speaking, and then we'll have some, because Councilmember Hernandez in her letter said clarify and strengthen the authority of the chief of police. The motion that was adopted by council and vetoed by the mayor was also to give additional authority to the chief of police. I believe most of the recommendations from I won't say all, from most of the public comment, even at the committee level, were to give additional authority to the police, chief of police. I did hear your comment about the previous chief of police saying that they wouldn't fire them. I heard you. It just seems that the policy recommendations that we've been given by the public and by elected officials who want to return to the police department don't align with your proposal today.
Well, then it may not. Because I don't care if they don't align with what the city council is wanting. I'm saying that I'm sitting here as someone who knows this issue very well, who meets and attends commission meetings and meets with the chief of police. I'm saying that what they are proposing, and again, if New Jersey, if city council and the mayor would have not had the authority to fire police officers, Camden, New Jersey would not have seen a 73% drop in crime. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is none of what is proposed as recommendations in terms of where this is concerned has the teeth that it needs when you understand and know the players. If it's not, as it stands now, police chief says he doesn't have authority to fire. But that is his. Well, I'm glad to answer this question.
I do, but I want it to be in this millennium.
Yeah, well, it's not in this millennium when you ask me. When you ask me to speak. So it's not in this millennium. Because, in other words, I wholeheartedly with what you're saying. But what I know is not doing more. And I did talk to one of the community groups, by the way, and totally thought it was a great idea. Well, hold on, just hold on. You're still in chair.
I'm not trying about being the chair.
You're still
trying
to
bring this.
But you were asking, yeah, that's absolutely correct in terms of what you're saying. But, I'm only coming from knowledge that I have, having been involved with this issue, is that is not going to change anything. What will change things is if the mayor and city council have the ability to either affirm or not affirm the decision that comes from this ethics committee if it continues. That's all I'm saying. It's just an extra layer of security. Because what it does is that right now, as the police chief and this ethics committee and the police commission, the public has no voice with them unless it's something that is politically expedient for them. When you can cut off a mother whose child was murdered, who is pleading with you with tears in her eyes, if you can cut her off and tell her, Your minute and a half is up. This is the police commission. The chair of the police commission threw a 75-year-old man out of the room and had him arrested because he walked too swiftly past the police after being told to leave. The chair of the former commission wrote a whole book on domestic terrorists.
You're losing supporters.
No, they just gotta go.
Thank you. Miss Murray, I know you had a number of proposals or suggestions.
I didn't have suggestions, I was enumerating the staff committee, the issues they want. You all, apparently, Mr. Thomas was on that committee to discuss those issues. And you're the chair, and you guys, I want you to make your motions.
Right.
And I've already said, don't have meetings upon in this game, you all do what you have to do, and I'll respond.
If that is the case, I'm gonna give you the honor of making
No,
it.
no, okay, let's get another motion. I'm gonna do my, okay, after you make it.
The motion that I'm going to make is as follows. I move that there be policy instructions to the chief of police and the Los Angeles Police Department through the adoption of an ordinance must be considered by the police commission within 30 days and voted on within 60 days of the adoption of that ordinance, or else it becomes law, and dispose of all other reforms that we have discussed, but recommended the city council and the mayor establish a Christopher type commission to review all of these reforms. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
There is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion other than what we have already had on that motion?
Yeah, I actually have something to add. We had talked, and Commissioner Thompson made this clear, that if we just recommend that the city council adopts a commission, I don't think that they will. Or I don't think that they'll adopt a commission with enough heat. So I am offering a friendly amendment, hopefully friendly, to this proposal that will allow, that will one mandate that this commission is chartered. So that it just becomes, they have to have it at the passage of the ballot measure, should it pass. They would have audit and subpoena authority over LAPD. They would have a substantive independent budget. They would have direct ballot access. And commissioners would have paid stipends so that real community members have the ability to serve. And whatever appointing authority that they don't utilize from, let's say, the council president was an appointment within their time period, it then becomes additional slots for at-large community members.
Isn't that the mayor?
Whoever we decide has appointed authority.
What is problematic, okay, what is problematic is.
I asked you a question that I want to hear an answer to.
Right, but
Please.
But I'm saying.
James,
You are.
I want an answer to
All
the
the motion forms with one motion, and you need to talk about your Christopher Commission alone and not attach all the other recommendations to it.
Okay.
So you talk about your Christian Commission, and we will vote on the rest of them. That's the way it should be. Unless that's what y'all want to do. If that's what you all want to do.
I will not add that to my amendment, but I think as per the way that this works, you can always have a secondary motion that can be defeated.
Yeah, but
We've had friendly amendments.
yeah, and we can, but this is the issue. Why are we playing this game?
Well, it's not a game.
It is.
It's serious.
No, it is a game. It is absolutely a game.
Karen doesn't want to talk. There's a motion on the floor. There is a second to that motion, and I'm listening to a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Would you please state precisely what the friendly amendment will be?
Yes, the friendly amendment is that a commission on police review, transparency, and accountability policy is mandated in the charter. This commission will have audit and subpoena authority over the LAPD. It will have a substantive independent budget, direct ballot access. Commissioners will be paid stipends so that community members will have the ability to serve, and it will be required to have at-large commissioners. well, I have not yet decided who will have appointing authority. Whomever has appointing authority, if they don't exercise their authority within a certain number of days after the commission has started, those roles will be converted to at-large stakeholder roles, much like.
So excuse me, I'm the chair and I'm going to respond. I'm gonna respond.
That gets to have the discussion.
You've taken up more time than I've even come close to, so don't make that allegation.
Well, I'm gonna take.
I
want to, you know.
That's right, and I'm gonna answer Commissioner Andrade on something. The mayor has always had the power to appoint not only the police commission, but all commissions in this city, other than some where it has been delegated, like the ethics commission and such. Are you willing to accept that the appointments will continue to be made by the mayor?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Thomas.
Y'all, I can't do this.
Okay,
I cannot sit here and listen to crowd. Okay, I can't.
There is a-
cannot. I cannot. I can't do it. And so I have found that there is, that they don't need quorum in this. But you know what? Since y'all gotta deal with it, I may as well deal with it too, so give me the mic so I can respond. Now, by show of law, were the 8 to 10 reforms that was read to us, are they more likely than this last motion? This last motion is impossible unless elected officials want it. Other than that, a Christopher Commission, you want it budgeted, you want the top minds in the country, when we're already in debt, it makes no sense.
Well, I mean, we're budgeted and we have $1 million. I substantive.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not saying to you generally. I'm saying to get, if we were interested in the people deciding or having a voice in managing policing, we would listen to the people now. And we don't want to listen to the people. We don't want to listen to the people. You know, we have added now a whole nother 10 years. Because you got to understand, it was about 10 years at the Christopher Commission in terms of their ability to implement, and they didn't. It was 10 years. So in 10 years, if we say, if the police have already killed 360 something people, if they do that every year, how many folks are dead? This makes no sense. It sounds very politicky. It sounds like it's been fed. Now, my dear brother say it's not. But at the end of the day, why can't we do something? This commission that you are proposing involves other people. What I am proposing and what others are proposing, they either say yay or nay. They would love, it's an election year. Who wants to deal with real police accountability during an election year? Not an elected official. That's what this sounds like to me. It doesn't sound like it represents, and then to say what the community is saying, and we've heard from, the people didn't say this. You see what I'm saying? But the people did not say this. So why is it different when I say it than when he does? what I'm getting at. Blatantly anti-black.
Excuse me?
It's blatantly anti-black, the way this commission has been running. You listen to some people over others, and you should. And it's been clear. That's what these folks got up here and said. They confronted us about. And instead of listening to what they have to say, we start making excuses as to why that wasn't true. Black people were not born today, but we weren't born yesterday here. If it quack like a duck and walk like a duck, it's a duck. And I'm not arguing that people are being malicious. I'm trying to let you know, as a colleague, that this is what you're speaking to me. I'm telling you that this is what you're saying to me. And I am sitting here with y'all, know y'all. But this is what you're saying. You're saying there's not anybody on this commission that I don't have the capacity to love. I got to. But I don't see it reciprocating. Because people are acting as if it isn't traumatic for me to have to tell this.
Over and over.
And over again.
So let's vote.
I have no problem with so.
Take the motion. Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm gonna ask you, Executive Director, to hold the motion. I accept.
Do you accept the one? That was the question, point of order. I have an amendment.
Okay. Other than Diego.
In addition to Diego's, and you will tell me if it's friendly, because we're going down some specificity that I wasn't sure that we were gonna get to today, but this is good, so let's move it. My amendment, you tell me if it's friendly or unfriendly, and we can pull, my amendment would be to modify the appointing authority so that the appointing authority is the same as this commission, meaning that there are, that it's not just mayoral authorities, but mayoral from city council, and then there are public appointments. And that since the motion carries, the ability to go to the voters, that there be ex parte communication disclosures.
I do not consider it friendly based upon the appointing authority. I do not have a problem with the ex parte disclosures.
All right, then I withdraw the appointing authority, just advance the ex parte disclosures.
Okay, I have to accept that. I guess we need a second on the friendly amendment. Do I have a second?
I don't think I need a second to it, I think we just.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and if the chair calls question, we can do it.
Please hold the commission on the motion that I set forth.
Fantastic, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, on the motion, again, with the friendlies, and we'll make sure it's captured accurately in the minutes and double check with everyone. But I'll just start down the line, with at the end, Commissioner, so I'm gonna go off the list actually. Commissioner, Murray,
No.
Commissioner Mesa,
Yes.
Commissioner Stein,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrades,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
and Commissioner Thomas.
No.
Okay, that is 4-2.
And that concludes our discussion on this item. We have a lot more, but I'm gonna ask that we take a break for lunch. It is now 1:10, it's the clock in the back of the room is correct, and we will reconvene at 1:45.
So how many of y'all know that they have an ad hoc this Saturday coming up? We're gonna keep on doing this. If we're gonna spin our wheels like this, we might as well have all the commissioners here.
It's not a public comment, it's not a fun.
I can comment on that all right now, recess.
No, I didn't.
One second.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And we are going to resume the Charter Commission ad hoc committee meeting. It is approximately 5 minutes to 2 in the afternoon. You poll the commission, please, for attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Stein.
Here.
Chair Mesa. Present. Commissioner Murray is, walking back. Commissioner Thomas. Here. Commissioner Andrettis. And Commissioner.
Okay.
All right, you have, your members count, so.
Okay, before we move into the next section.
Right, we have all 6 present.
Yes, and Mr. Thomas.
Commissioner Thomas.
So I'd like to move.
microphone.
So I would like to move that we reopen the agenda for the last item. And that we consider each of those reforms, whether it's 8 or 10 or whatever it is. And that it's just a yes and no vote, no discussion. We read off the reform, it's yes or no, no discussion. Anybody's, well, I want to wait till Commissioner Carr gets back to, and that's somebody here wants a second.
While we're waiting for Commissioner Murray on whether or not that's.
Yeah, that's what I can say.
But on the second, the next item that we will take up is that there be a charter commission every 10 years so that people can kind of follow what we're doing. Sorry, Mr. Thomas, another thought.
And this really came up because there are far less controversial reforms in the whole packet of reforms. And to just blanketly with one motion, just erase that, I don't think that's fair. Especially since obviously there wasn't enough time for the community to really respond to the fact that this motion to wipe out their recommendations. And I also don't think it is fair. She's back, so I can stop. So.
Commissioner Murray has joined us, all 6 of us were present.
And so Commissioner Murray, while you were gone, I made a motion that we do an up-down vote, just a yes or no, no discussion on each of the reforms that you read. And this is, an attempt to, number one, not with one swoop, wipe away everything the community wanted in favor of what others have wanted, in favor of what we want, but to go on the record of us voting whether or not we are for the reforms that have been recommended. And so I'm asking that motion be opened up, that we might vote on that, but I need a second. And if you would second that, then we can vote on that motion.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Yes.
I listed, I listed several items that were listed in the police accountability portion of the staff report, which list 13 forms. And I do want those to be considered by full commission. So instead of taking each one individually, would you accept my friendly amendment to just 1 through, I think 10 has been reworked, but 1 through 13 to act under the full commission instead of going to each one individually? Because that's all I'm really on is to get the reforms before the full commission.
Yes, I can go with that. I can go with that. But I also wanted, well, I guess this will do kind of the same thing. I wanted a temperature check in terms of where people are, but yes, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
With that, I accept the motion.
Mr. Thomas said there wasn't to be discussion, and I'm happy to do that. We hold commission on that, please.
So the motion is to rehear items 1 through. What was the number?
1 through 13, that the 13 items on the staff report of police accountability.
So the motion is to rehear items 1 through 13. It's just to at this point, the motion just means that if passed, the committee, this committee will go through each of those items. If it doesn't pass, we move on.
Not, yeah, I don't know.
Unless I'm misunderstanding.
It's to go to the full commission, these are.
Sorry. So to forward those to the full commission.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Sherstein,
No.
Chair Mesa,
No.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Andres. Yes. And Commissioner Sanchez.
No.
That's a tie. So, the motion passed.
So therefore, procedurally it fails.
Yes.
Okay, the next item is gonna be periodic charter review. I mean, we have heard over and over from the public about, can't wait another 20 years, so. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
Somebody took my. Is there any type of report on it other than? Just give me a very quick summary of what the committee reported.
Sure, on the periodic charter reform, the committee heard from several groups that put forward recommendations on. I'm going to pull it up right now on the screen next to me. Just the need for, it is an ordinance that was a part of the ordinance that created this commission to set up charter reform, periodic charter reform on cadence. The recommendations that many are pushing forward is to give that ordinance teeth and to put it into the actual charter itself with certain mechanisms and protections. We have an array of examples from, the timing of the charter reform, who's the membership, whether or not they have outside counsel or whether or not they have an independent budget. And the like, anything else I'm missing, general recommendations, those are all in the report, and then, of course, discussed at the committee, I believe the committee moved forward, in general, moving forward, periodic charter reform will be a part.
Before I ask for discussion and a vote on it, if there is no discussion, I believe Commissioner Fields sent a letter to the commission saying that the appointing authority doesn't do it within a set time period, then it moves on to the next person with appointing authority, so it's not a situation where it just sits there for a long period of time.
Why isn't that close to the public?
Yeah.
It was sent to the commission.
I don't answer those questions because I don't know the answer.
I don't think it was sent, I'll find out, but I don't know if it was sent to the entire commission.
This needs to be sent to a forum.
I know those. Alright, I do think there is a motion though that somebody has to.
Yes, will you accept, whoever makes the motion, include that, please?
Absolutely.
gonna make a motion in a minute. I just wanna, add one thing before I make the motion. This ad hoc is already advanced a proposal to, eliminate the practice of unsigned resignation letters, so that's why that's not included in this one, because it's already included across the board for commission appointments. But the motion is to move forward with a periodic charter review that shall occur every 10 years and begin 3 years before each decennial census. It shall include a mechanism to ensure appointments to the commission are filled expediently, and I'll ask staff to develop language on that. That it have an independent budget. That it have independent staff that reports to the commission. That it have the authority to send its recommendations directly to the voters. That it have ex parte communication disclosures. And that it include a parallel civic assembly process. That would be the motion.
I would second that motion. Any discussion?
So that's gonna be easier to implement and accomplish than the reforms that we recommend.
You can ask to clarify, I don't quite understand.
I'm asking the question, so do you believe that that's going to be easily implemented and accepted over and above the sensible police reforms?
Now I understand your step.
That's a question.
To me or to who?
You made a motion, second, one.
Yeah, I would say this, I mean, periodic charter review, council has already passed an ordinance. The motion that I put forward takes into account a lot of the public discussion and the recommendations from advocates to make this commission, well, not this commission, to make a future commission more independent and give it authority to go directly to the voters. Now, what the council decides to do with it is going to be a discussion for them. But I believe that this is a recommendation that takes into account a lot of the input that has been made by commissioners and by the public.
But the statement began with the council passed an ordinance. And so I think this is where we have the dilemma. Because on the one hand, you can say that you're not talking to city council. But if you're following the edicts of the ordinances set by city council, even though we know there's a difference between what we're doing and an ordinance, it says clearly that you are speaking to city council. Now, maybe we haven't defined what ex parte disclosure looks like. But if the city council person, if you're saying that you're following the ordinance of the city council, and I just want to remind us about how this sounds. And maybe I need to stop with saying that I don't know if it's malicious and start saying that I think it's malicious. Maybe that's what I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying not to do that.
If I could just say.
Let me finish, I'm done.
I'm gonna be the referee.
I'm done.
Finish, then I'm gonna recognize.
And I'm not coming at you, I'm not coming at you. But what I'm saying is that I want you all to hear what you are saying and take it out of your bubble. Take it out of your bubble. And think about how this appears to the public. When you say that even though Councilwoman Hernandez came here, and pretty much everything that she said, I agree with. When I asked her, have we ever spoken? I did that for a reason. I know y'all think I'm stupid,
I don't think any.
but trust me,
thinks you're stupid.
y'all act like y'all think I'm stupid. But I did that for a reason. I've never spoken to her. But everything that I believe and think, she communicated. With one exception. City council and mayor's role in firing police officers. And so, why do I mean, I've said this so many times, it's boring me. I mean, it's boring me. I've said this. I mean, because I really, and maybe we could discuss this offline, or maybe we need to go to dinner, or I don't know. But
I'll be about gone after that.
well, let's have an ad hoc meeting at a dinner site. Because that's the strategy that's used with this. So, this is the thing. Do you really, really understand the harm that has been done in this room today? Do you really understand the harm? And I think that's what we all need to think. That's what we are. We have the mayor, we have people saying that the police are being escorted by ICE. And yet we don't want anybody to hold them accountable. Because the system that was suggested is just like the one that we have. And so, if we could, please, when we make proposals and motions, could we not cite elected officials? Because when we do so, it appears to the public as if we are carrying their water and not thinking for ourselves. And that's what I'm saying. If we could we please stop treating issues that impact Black people differently than the other issues which impact Black people too? Can we please not do that? Can we please not say that my advocating for Black people means that I don't care about anybody else? And it certainly don't mean that I think anybody in this room is racist, because if I felt like anybody in this room is racist, you better know I'd say it. And I'd call your name. I'd call your name. But what I do say of this group, and it is reflected in this motion, Mr. Chair, is that the way that we have handled this process is very anti-Black. It's very anti-Brown. It's very anti-Black. And it is most certain, and I'm gonna quote you, brother, it's anti-reform. It's anti-reform.
I will limit my comments to the topic of periodic charter review. The question I was posed to me was how this was gonna be received by council, and so I was answering the fact that council passed an ordinance. That was not this motion. This motion actually gives authority to the commission above and beyond probably what council ever wanted, and I say that ever because they did not give the 99 commission the authority to go directly to the voters. That was done separately with the elected charter of the commission. They did not give us the authority to do that. Almost the entire list of recommendations came from the public. And so I don't know how that's anti-reform, including some of the advocates who frequently give public comment the most to LEDs. So I asked commissioners for a yes vote, thank you.
Any other discussion by any other commissioner? Mr. Executive Director, will you please poll commissioner on motion in the second?
Chair Stein,
Yes.
Chair Mesa.
Yes.
I didn't hear you.
Could you repeat the motion, please, for Commissioner Thomas?
I think I got all of it, moving forward, the following reforms of the periodic charter review. Add periodic charter review that shall occur every 10 years and begin 3 years before each decennial census. Include a mechanism to ensure appointments to the commission are filled expediently. Has independent budgeting staff, includes ex parte rules, ability to send recommendations directly to governors, and has a parallel civic assembly process. Sorry, I'll start again. Ted Stein,
Yes.
Mesa,
Yes.
Murray,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Andrades,
Yes.
Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, that passes. 6-0. Then the next one, I'm just trying to get the small ones out of the way, was the AI procurement.
He's gonna move to dispose of all recommendation contained ad.
But as I said, the next item is AI procurement. Is there any staff report at all, or is it everything that we had read that was given to us?
You want, oh, sorry, you wanted more?
If anybody else wants one. I'm
Sure,
just
I would-
trying to get-
yeah. There was a presentation on, some AI procurement and AI guidelines. There's some recommendations on a commission, the committee, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Thomas, voted to move this way.
Does this need charter reform, or could a lot of this be enacted by ordinance?
We did, note that a lot of it can be, enacted by ordinance.
Is there any other discussion before I make a motion? If not, I move to dispose of all the recommendations contained in the AI procurement and recommended that the city council study these further. Is there a second to my motion? Please keep your comments to yourself. Thank you.
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, will you please poll the commission?
Sure, Chair Stein,
Yes.
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
No.
Commissioner Andrades.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
That's 5-1 carries.
Okay.
I don't know about it.
Let's take up budgeting as the next. Is there a staff report? But I know Mr. Cole is still here, probably have something that he's interested in with that. Not that I'm paying favoritism to Mr. Cole, I just sat here all day and sat through a lot of others and made presentations, guys.
Yeah, but he ain't the only one. See, that's what I'm saying. This is what y'all don't get. It's what you don't understand. It's what you don't understand.
If I knew there was someone here
There
other
are.
than Mr. Cole on budgeting.
No, what I'm saying is that all of them is, anyway, it's okay. It's okay.
Thank you. This one I would like more of a staff report on, please.
Sure, we've gotten, definitely, this was discussed in depth at the committee and a bit at the commission. We've gotten, proposals from various, groups, including, examples from the city of Oakland, Chicago, New York, other places in New York, Detroit. We also had, participation from and presentations, let me see, of course, from the city controller's office, from the CAO's office. Let's see, I just want to make sure I get them all. The People's Budget gave a presentation as well on this. And there was, if there was a lot of bend crossover, and there was a lot of agreement definitely on implementing a 2-year budget and some models of doing a two-year budget where it's instead of, just as many people know, as soon as you pass the year budget, single year budget, you're immediately, already starting to plan the next, fiscal year budget, and there are definitely, fiscal concerns, cities, corporations, families, and individuals plan their budgets often more years in advance than, a single year at a time. So the recommendations that are in front of you are proposing developing a two-year operating budget. We looked at amending chapter section 310 through 315, in order to implement that into the city charter. And let me see if there's anything else, I wanna highlight. There were definitely some differences, between, this kind of overlaps a bit with the CIP process, which is a 5-year process that is being moved forward. They complement in a lot of ways. Although the CIP is a 5-year outlook, you do some of that budget for 5 years, but it's also being done 1 year at a time, 2 years at a time, as funds come in that you want to be able to at least know what the costs are, and that's what CIP will help to do, and then a 2-year budget will help build its costs. So yeah, that's the general. That's the general,
I can read it off. I move. Wait, would you please keep your comments to yourself, Rob?
I'm just trying.
This is a public comment.
I think this is
Thank you very.
This is all rigged.
I haven't asked you to stand up or come.
I move to forward the following reforms under the budget process, develop a 2-year operating budget that includes requiring departments to submit.
He's out of order. Is there any discussion about the motion?
Plan by August 31st, and a 2-year.
Rob,
by
sit
2020.
down.
There's still half of a motion to go.
I don't wanna hear your interpretation.
You don't wanna hear it.
The commission is, and that's gonna be one of my questions, so why don't you just sit down?
The fucking cops in here then, man. Require.
I won't do that yet.
Review to occur.
All you're doing is wasting your own time.
Change, no, I'm wasting your time. Change
Well,
the
that's nothing new.
And council override to occur only in the year before the first biennial budget and to dispose of all other reforms. Go on.
Thank you. Are there any specifics?
I second the motion.
There's not for this
I
one?
second the motion.
Well,
Cause he ain't lying, he's not lying, I second the motion.
okay, let's keep this down and move what the commission's gonna do.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a right to make a motion, and you know that damn well.
David's already made the motion, right? So I need Karen Water, read it, right?
So let's not act like it's already done, throw everything in there.
No, everything we
Okay, both of you, stop.
No, I'm not gonna stop on the commission, man, tell me to stop.
I can tell you any goddamn thing I wanna tell you.
Oh, no, you cannot, I don't know who you think I am, but I'm not that person.
Yeah,
I'm not-
you're a commissioner and you're a very
You
nice man.
cannot tell me to stop. When the
Okay.
bottom line
All right,
is
can
what
I-
he's saying true, is what he's saying true. If what he is saying true, is what he's saying true.
I'm
Is
trying to
there-
get it from staff and not get it from an interested party. I know that's minor to you, but it's not. Justin, is there anything further to explain? I think he and I are the only ones that have fun up here.
It's not fun for the rest of us who has gone like school show.
Now we can't.
If you want, I'll put you on the spot. This was your committee that recommended the subcommittee. You wanna explain exactly what it was?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
But I wish I would have had my chair here like everybody else.
Chair.
Yeah, my chair is not here, of my subcommittee.
Oh. That's a different issue.
No, it ain't.
Okay, do you?
No, it's on his, because on his tab.
And maybe some were invited and didn't come. And didn't accept
That
it.
one was not.
Well,
That was, that one
you're
was-
not making those recommendations.
Well, whether I'm making,
Justin-
it or not, I am willing to come forward with the truth about what happened to me.
Talk to the reporter, she's right there,
No.
and she can tell it.
Yeah, look, no, I'm gonna talk to the people and let the people know what happened to Mrs. Mack.
Miss,
Miss,
she's not married.
well, I still call her Miss.
I don't think she's married.
Oh.
You guys really knock it off.
Thanks.
Let's move on.
Is there anything further to give us the opportunity to evaluate more? I think all of us
No,
know what
I
a
just,
two-year budget is.
the underlying theme is that, a lot of groups advocate in favor of, supporting a two-year budget.
Okay, are there any specifics about this two-year budget in comparison to other cities that would be different? Or why are we being asked to adopt the language of the resolution for this two-year budget?
Because it was supposed to be participatory budget. So not just a budget as budgets as usual, it's supposed to be a participatory budget. Which means people get a chance to participate in the budgeting process. They get a chance to weigh in. And what was discussed in our committee meeting was that we would consider people's budget LA. We love to set up these extensions, to kick the can down the road. And so what was suggested is, and we'd love to commit funding to this. And so what People's Budget LA said was that their budgetary process was participatory. They talked to over 60,000 residents of Los Angeles and asked them what they wanted what they thought the budget should look like, and where they thought cuts were important, where they thought increases were important. And that has been presented to the mayor, it's been presented to city council, and then they presented it and then they presented it to us. They presented that to our committee. And so what they asked was that whether or not this becomes a process to juxtapose the mayor's budget with the FEMA's budget and see if there is some synergy around it. And so that is the major issue that we put forward with regards to the budget, a participatory budget, not just a budget, but that it extends for 2 years. So a budget where the people have an opportunity to have a voice. That was the.
I don't take away from you. My understanding, and I may be incorrect, just to set the record straight. When Budget and Finance Committee takes, well, first of all, some council members, not all of them, because I get all of their newsletters, this is what I did this week. Some council members do send out to their communities and ask what items you think should be included in the city budget, and are there any that you don't feel? In addition to that, any group, to my understanding, can show up and talk to the Budget and Finance Committee at the time that the budget is, discussed. And I think there's one other committee that looks at the city budget. I may be wrong, but I know Councilwoman Yaroslavsky's committee does look at it. And any of them can then write letters, use social media or anything else to represent their ideas. So I can't accept your assertion that the people can't be heard. I mean, that's just a difficult one when I see these things with my own eyes. So I appreciate what you said, and it is all duly noted in the record.
Well, if the people can be heard, Commissioner Staff, then how is it possible that 70% of Angelenos voted in an election to support Measure J? And all of the people, that's 70% of Angelenos who voted, are highly disappointed in the outcome. And so if you know the struggle that this commission has had with public comment and emails and letters, and we've ignored some of theirs. We've listened, but we've ignored some of theirs. And so then to argue that we're just gonna do the same thing, and we are in a budget crisis as we speak, it just doesn't make sense to me. And so if none of those groups have surveyed 60,000 people, 60,000, And here goes my song again. Because it's a black group, it's like they only surveyed one. 60,000 people participated in this budgeting process. And you know, one of the things that the people said in that budgeting process? They said that fire needed more money. Isn't that interesting? They presented that to the mayor, that the fire department needs more money. Had the mayor listened, she'd have had the resources that she needed for the fire that devastated Southern California. And so this whole notion that there are people who know these issues better than the people, quite frankly, is just insulting. It just is. I mean, it is insulting. It is disgraceful. Because it's not true. Because if these people who are in power knew best how to govern this city, why are we in the situation that we're in? Why do we even need this commission? And then we turn around, we're supposed to be the solution. We're supposed to bring equity into this process. And we turn around and we do what's always been done, because again, we want to be able to say, we had that commission and we were able to get X, Y, and Z passed. You all can make a motion.
Okay, I'm not ready to motion, for somebody to make the motion. I want to ask staff, do you feel that you have included everything in this, we know?
We've incorporated the participatory budget, inclusion, into the staff report. It's been in prior reports, they did give presentation, when basically every proposal that comes to the commission, every presentation comes to the commission, we put in staff reports. At times we miss maybe a part of a proposal, folks let us know, and we update the staff report. To let them and say, hey, we missed this part, but this is definitely in there, it's on page, we did how many pages, which, it's, 3 pages from the back.
Is there any other member of the commission, before I ask for a motion, wishes to discuss this item? Seeing none, is there a motion? Commissioner Chairman Mason.
Yeah, I'm. Sorry, I move
the original
I
Rob, please.
He prepared, yeah.
Thought it's fine.
I prepared, I move that we advance a 2-year budget process that includes requiring departments to submit a 2-year budget proposal by November 30th. Requiring the mayor to release a biannual strategic plan by August 31st and a 2-year budget by April 20th. Require the council review the budget to occur once per biennial cycle. Change the mayoral veto council override to occur only the year before the first biennial budget year. And include a mechanism for participatory budgeting. That's the motion.
Is there a second to the motion?
Even around yours.
Again, we don't.
Sorry.
It's a good question, but it's. I still don't have a few
Eighteen. Yeah. Oh, okay. And include a plan for transition to the 2-year budget. Okay.
Okay, is there a second to the motion by Commissioner Mesa, second by Commissioner Jesus Sanchez, I'm losing it, and edited by Commissioner Weinstein. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we poll the commission, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Chair Stoney,
Yes.
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
No.
Commissioner Andrades. Yes. And Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
5-1, passes.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else from Commissioner Max, Thomas, and Fields committee for us to.
Yes, we have a couple more things,
Please.
to get through on the list, personnel and budget. We have, I'll quickly say what they are and then we'll go through them. It's the Lacers recommendation, the recommendation on procurement from the, proprietaries, and then, we still have to have personnel, and we'll talk about that last.
Well, why don't we take up the Lacers recommendation, please?
Sure, so Lacers, sent over, a raft of recommendations that they, presented to the budget committee, personnel and budget committee. Including, changes to their governance structure, changes to their budgeting, outside council requests, etc. And then, some personnel changes as well. And we've gotten, there's a bend in, a lot of things that, different groups, or departments and entities in the city want, including outside counsel, including ability to hire, personnel. I'll discuss, personnel, I think, at the end of this. But, that's the gist of it. I think, top bullet points might be that they wanted their ability to hire their own, general manager, director, what have you, and of course, outside counsel.
What was the arguments against?
This was a departmental presentation. No one, I believe, argued, has come forward at least, to argue against. Am I right, Archie?
Yes, it wasn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Thomas, could you
Yeah.
share that with, for the record, they didn't strictly correct. Could you share the critique that was made and the recommendation that you made, maybe?
Basically, the critique is, do we give more autonomy to a department that still doesn't hire?
Lacers, this is a different issue.
No, I'm saying in terms of one of their recommendations, in terms.
That was separate. That was a separate presentation. This was. Yeah, they did a separate presentation from the procurement one that the other ones did. But I see what you're saying. I'll let you continue.
My point is, I'm not, well, they were talking about the need to be able to get a handle on hiring and that fast.
Yeah.
And so it was interesting because we had the Black Workers Center present. Of course, everybody was gone, and then these people got a chance to hear the Black Workers Center, which is problematic because I think that they complemented each other. They complement each other. If this autonomy means autonomy to be able to hire more Black folks, more people of color, then I can go along with it. But if autonomy means that we just do what we've always done, and then we have a city government that has virtually excluded Black people, I'm not comfortable giving that time. And so I would suggest that they work with the Black Workers Center and see what synergies they have regarding their recommendation of that.
Yeah, and we're hopefully gonna, also just kind of, we're still waiting for personnel. And, we're likely to come back with recommendations, that encompass, the proprietaries did have some personal recommendations that are good. But it just makes sense to take the proprietaries and the city recommendations holistically, and since we don't have the city recommendations yet, I think it just to move on any of the proprietary recommendations, I don't think, it's right. So I would agree with you that, there needs to be, we need to wait on that, now is not the time probably to, move on these individual, asks on, personnel. It needs to be taken up as a whole.
And again, I can appreciate that. I just wish that that was the same sentiment for the other things that we've taken up today.
I think that happened.
Okay, let's not get into that or have it again.
It hasn't been. If we're gonna continue getting to it, that's what happened. At the end of the day, I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, Justin, but one of the things that I think is very important, one of the biggest roadblocks to hiring in general with the city was the testing.
Testing, absolutely, yeah.
And so,
And that in particular, if I may, sorry to interrupt you, it also has to wait, I think it's a big one, I think there's a lot of advocacy around that, but it also has to be a part of we confer. So that's why, like, it's not right now today, but again, I think that's important for you to bring up.
yeah, one of the community members, as a matter of fact, someone from the Black Workers Center says that there's already state law, so we need only, say that the city of Los Angeles will adhere to state law regarding these things.
Yes.
And so that we can do that because state law has already determined that there are alternative ways of assessing someone's qualifications than they're just taking an exam.
So I think, yeah, best to have that, we're waiting for personnel, hopefully to come, and then we can have a further conversation.
May I make a recommendation, Mr. Chair?
Of course.
Thank you. I reviewed the staff memo specifically on lasers, not necessarily on hiring and procurement. And to me, the recommendation that lasers before on, the LA City employee retirement system, are twofold. Some of the stuff we've already done and we'll talk about later, like hiring outside counsel. And some of the other stuff, there were some pretty significant cons that I thought were mentioned in the staff proposal. I mean, you would obviously know more, but there were some really significant cons that I think would hurt everyday people, not to mention the budget. So for that reason, I actually moved to dispense with all reforms presented by the ministers. Specifically with regard to retirement.
Do we have a timeline from personnel when they're gonna get back to us? Because that was a question raised by some of the proprietaries that also.
Well, why can't we, what?
Excuse me?
No, yeah, we're going to city, all city recommendations.
No, I think so.
No, I know that, I mean, can we, since we don't have the reports, we don't have the information, and this is the way that we've been moving, so we need to dispense with the whole thing. The city included, not just, I mean, we're very quick to dispense with things that people in the
This is trying to do with people in the community, on personnel matters.
Not if we are dispensing with all other recommendations. We're not. I don't understand.
Dispensing means dispose.
Exactly what it means. Oh, I know exactly. I know exactly what it means. And if someone had told me, if Mrs. Mack was on this committee, these folks would not have been the way they are. Half of what was going today would not have been.
She gets pretty small.
Well, I don't know, but this.
And when it comes to the full.
Yeah, but the thing is that.
And then
Yeah,
she can bring up anything she wants.
No, because I'm still trying to understand. I'm still trying to understand why is there no API person on this?
We think that was.
We had some essence. Well, maybe, you know what, I'm not gonna deal with it anymore. I'm just gonna turn it over to the people who get paid to deal with discrimination.
Okay.
So that's what I'm gonna do. People who get paid to deal with that, and I'm gonna let them deal with it in this commission. Because apparently, that's the only thing that people are gonna get and understand, is when there is a formal complaint filed against us, and that would be me included. So the bottom line is I'm on this commission. And so let's just move forward. Y'all do whatever y'all wanna do, dispel with whatever you wanna dispel with. But there's another layer that's gonna be added to this.
Thank you for your comment. Now,
Yes.
my question was on the question of personnel.
Yeah, I don't have
And hiring and firing.
No.
It was touched on numerous times by, I don't know their exact name, but the Black Government Workers Association. I know that the proprietaries have discussed in their presentation of why they aren't able to hire and fill positions. And we didn't take that up because we were yelling. You can't hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. With. Now why I don't maybe lose my train of thought. That, the proprietaries can't continue to hire and fill needed positions Public Works had that same argument that came through. When will we get a report from personnel that will allow us to move forward on a decision on those items?
I'm eagerly waiting for that. I wish I could say I have a timeline. I can only ask on behalf of the commission. At least twice a week, which is what I do. Our time is running short, as you all know, it's last of January, today, and we have a short runway. I can say at least I hope if recommendations come forward, they'll be fully baked and ready to go to be confirmed. So this commission can also take it up at the same time. But, having said that,
I have a Mr. Thomas question, not to you. If in fact they don't get back to us, can we just move forward with whatever we want to do? Which obviously is far inferior to having all the facts in front of us.
yeah, I would have to get back to you on that. I'd have to see what, I know there's a lot of wiggle room, that this commission can do. I would just have to, come back with, city attorney guidelines on how.
Could you do that at our next regular meeting under director's report?
Sure.
Please.
And you should tell them if they don't get the reporting in a certain amount of time, that doesn't go forward with people's recommendation. I guarantee that.
I will say that the city attorney staff has been, great. Every document that you do see has been worked on with, city attorney staff, with the civil staff, the city attorney's office, are fantastic.
Is there then a motion?
Can we talk about the motion on listservs first? Cause I have discussed.
Yes,
Regarding the personnel.
Oh, that's
in the
what
staff
we're-
report. These are two separate issues. But like I said, I'm willing to dispose of all reforms presented by the LA City Employee Retirement System. And my rationale, not related to the motion for the commissioners, was because of the cons that were specified. I know that they were glaring in our staff report, and also because we're going to be addressing a lot of their other recommendations in other parts of the targeted process.
And you have a motion to make concerning license?
Yes, the motion to dispose of all reforms concerning licenses. That's my motion.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
So you separated out.
In the staff report, they were separated. This was not me doing it myself.
Okay, I'll fold it
Will
to
you poll the commission?
Chair Stein,
Yes.
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
and I'll get this right, Vice Chair Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
No.
Commissioner Andrades,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you, 5-1 passes. The next thing I'd like to take up is the procurement items from.
So I do the personnel motions, yes, I talked about that. I would like to actually table, personnel matters to our future meeting, hoping that we get, a report from the personnel department, and in the event we don't, it would then get forwarded along to the full commission for consideration.
That is the motion, I second it. Any discussion? Poll the commission, please.
Chair Stein,
Yes.
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
No.
Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Fantastic, 5-1. Procurement would be the last one. Procurement are the items that we have from our friends and proprietaries that sent over list of procurement fixes, deadlines changes, and flexibility. And again, this is separate from their personnel requests. We're separating the personnel request until one, they have a lot of similar requests, but two, we want to wait for personnel.
So is this proprietary only, meaning airport, MOLA, and EWP?
Yeah, it's those three, VAWA, MOLA, and UWP. And public purchase.
Okay, could you specifically tell the commission which are the items that were considered in the change?
Sure. Give me 2 seconds. Well. Okay, where is it? Okay, so it's includes best value in competitive bid, section 371. Sub A, then it's remove required limits for competitive sealed proposals and allow this procurement method
be approved by the Board of Harbor Commissioners in section 371B.
Isn't law to be added to that also?
Yeah, we do have, error, well, we have to correct the report because some of these reforms were presented by law in addition to Harbor and they're not listed as.
Okay, so
So we're gonna make that change for the next, meeting.
So that will, if we pass this motion, it will include law.
Yeah, if you pass the motion, and I'll say it for the record that we'll include Wawa in that.
Okay, yeah, but.
All these reforms, you know, are in general, they're not just for these departments, but there was an issue in your report where when we say the reform was supported by, we only listed non-proprietary, but it was multiple.
Okay.
Okay.
And what else is included in? what-
Include exceptions, to lowest bid criteria for critical infrastructure and software in section 371E. Small business preferences and then allow technical or administrative defects to be cured by section, in section 470C12H. Leases up to 66 years in section 3607A.
And my understanding is the harbor already has that, but the other two proprietaries do not.
Correct.
Thank you.
If the council meeting, this one is, it is a request, if council meetings, cadence changes, make board, action final within 5 business days unless council acts, that's primarily because there was discussion about, having less council meetings per week, so they wanted to, work around that, and that was the recommendation, so far this commission has not made that recommendation to make council meet less than 3 times a week. Self-certification and permitting within LAX, BNY, other relevant specific area plan, section 635.
Can I stop you there?
Sure.
If I remember long ago, when we were taking this up, I think it was with. And I believe Councilman Coster had asked for it, I'm pretty sure that. And the commission decided what they didn't want the court setting up a quasi planning commission just for their matters. Am I correct in what my memory
It
does?
wasn't Councilman McCosker was, Paula requested that and then withdrew it.
Okay, so why would it be any different with this one?
Well,
For allowing their own, in effect, quasi planning commission?
that's gonna, you know, have to be a discussion, you know, we're gonna have with them about whether they wanna do that.
Or we could just eliminate it?
Yeah, that's your discussion, yeah.
Okay.
So these are just, again, their requests, conforming changes to authorities having jurisdiction, AHJs. If the charter changes are made to other departments, i.e. city planning, LDOT, preserve law authorities as necessary. But that didn't happen, so don't have to worry about that. Broaden ability to sole source contract with OEMs, that's original equipment manufacturers, for critical equipment repairs, services, and software. Increase purchase order limits, allow advanced payments for long lead time equipment and critical infrastructure to secure production. And increase approval limit for certain purchases, including increasing GM, general manager, approval authority. Okay, those were all the recommendations.
Did you include the allowing technical and administrative defects to be cured? Because I know from my own past experience at LAWA, that was a problem where
we don't
Mr. Thomas forgot to sign on one of the forms, and he was the bidder that they really wanted, and yet the next bidder was $50 million higher, and Mr. Thomas was eliminated because he forgot to sign one form.
That was, I don't believe that was a request that they made, we can check back with them.
It's a request I'm making.
I think you can allow technical administrative defects to be cured. That's right there, one of the.
Sorry.
So that.
It's in there.
Oh, yes, sorry, 470, yeah, no, yes.
So that will be.
That's it, yes, yes.
And does that include the entire list?
That is the list.
Is there a motion by the commissioner?
I'll make a motion. And I have reviewed all of these items. I move to report all reforms under proprietary procurement except for item 7 and item 10. And preserving lawless authority is necessary. Since the changes have not been made to other departments, I'm gonna say, I did discuss this with staff. And I did do further research on this and review all of the documentations. So this is my request to move forward with all of these items, except for items 7 and 10 that were listed in the staff report.
Okay, what, before you do that, I have a question for Mr. Murray, if I could. What was 7 and what was 10, because I'm working off of a different.
Sorry.
I sort of compiled.
Those are the moot ones. 7 was if council days change, and 10 is if other departments are rearranged. And since those actions have been disposed of already, those items have been referred.
Thank you. Commissioner.
I second.
There is a motion by Commissioner Murray. It's seconded. Is there seconded? Is there any further commission discussion? Seeing none, will you poll the commission, please?
Chair Stein.
Yes.
Chair Mesa.
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
No.
Commissioner Andrades. Yeah. Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Fantastic. 5-1.
Go through my checklist.
Sure. I think the next one we wanted to do was the betterment government section.
Okay.
And I'll start with just the list of things that we want to get through, and then we'll go one by one. We want to talk further about outside council requests. We have the removal and discipline items. We have some additional requests from the ethics commissions. We have a request from the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, diversity of neighborhood councils. We have an additional request from ethics around IG. We have an item on the preamble, and then we have a request from
If I remember correctly, this was Mr. Sanchez's, maybe, is that correct?
That's correct.
Christina, take your choice, which one you want to tackle first?
Actually, before we move into the agenda, I want to briefly frame the discussion that's ahead of us. First of all, I want to thank Commissioners Lewis and Yap, who served with me on this committee. The items before us go to the very core of the charter and how the city governs itself, public financing of elections, the removal of elected officials, how vacancies are filled, the role of the council president as acting mayor, ethics commission reform, the neighborhood council recommendations, as well as the preamble. These issues, as we know, have been brought to us because of the scandals that we've been living for the past several years, and they pretty much shape the continuity of leadership, public trust, and how power is exercised during both stability and a crisis. In recent years, as I mentioned, we've seen both structural stress and unfortunate scandals that have tested public confidence and exposed gaps in our governing framework. Our responsibility today is super important to resolve, not to resolve every issue, but to examine whether the structures in place will meet the needs of the city we serve and the challenges ahead. I encourage thoughtful and disciplined discussion grounded in the public interest, and I'm open to different perspectives. Thank you, Chair Stein. We can move forward and just go through the list and take.
That'd be fine if you would do that.
I know, one of the discussions, we do have a lot of departments, and the commission, the committee, I'm sorry, has, had deep discussions about the departments. Really, there were two discussions. There was discussions about, different entities within the city wanting outside counsel. Then there was a separate track discussion about the structure of the city attorney's office. The city attorney's office has thus far, by this commission, by the committee and the commission, moved forward with a model that is bifurcating the office of city attorney, having an appointed general counsel as kind of city attorney position, appointed by the mayor, confirmed by the city council, and then a separately elected city prosecutor. This is the LA County model, for example. So while that is being moved forward, there's been discussions about the ethics commission, city controller, and some others wanting outside counsel as well, in large part because of their inability to have this request met by the, elected city attorney. So, that is kind of the dueling things that I think, have some, synergy there to be discussed.
Okay. Yes. We discuss the appointment or election of a special election in the sense of if a council person is either, well, if they're booted from office, it's easy. If they're indicted or by way of complaint to the district attorney's office, what the options are, and you'll give us.
Sure, that's gonna be next, not, I think, we don't, it was you one at a time, I think we definitely have a staff report on that, to positive, and you'll options for that, but if, you know, what on the council as well.
Yeah, I think I've made my sentiments on this really clear at the committee level, because we also looked at outside counsel for a few of these entities. And the motion that I had presented was really specific, because outside counsel comes with a lot of money. It will create an adversarial relationship where we're gonna see a lot of adversaries in the city sue each other. So that original motion, I only recommended direct counsel, not outside counsel. So taking those sentiments, I actually do have a motion pertaining to this. So I would like to dispose of all reforms that allow the city controller, ethics commission, and lacers to hire outside counsel. And this is due to the fact that bifurcating the city attorney's office should remove politicalization. So we have to test this new thing that we just put forward before we actually add another layer here.
And is one of the reasons that you did this, Commissioner, due to the fact with the bifurcation that you just talked about, that we should give that a chance to work.
Exactly.
If it relieves the tensions that exist today.
Exactly, and we voted on a new charter reform commission today, so in the event that this doesn't work, I would gladly even show up to that commission and testimony asking them.
Oh,
So,
but then you'll be a Supreme Court justice and you won't have time for it. Okay.
And I would have added that my amendment does not change what was done in Measure ER, just that the current formula table are not being performed.
If that is the motion, is there a second? Second. Is there discussion? The commissioner.
Just a brief discussion. I was on ethics commission and we did have outside counsel and it generally did a great job. But the feeling, or my feeling, the feeling of many others, including myself, was that the recommendations to us were overly cautious. And my time on the commission spanned up two different city attorneys. Whether they were, I'm not saying they were at the behest of the city attorney at the time, but there was sort of a cloud of that. But Commissioner Andrade's suggestion is that because of the bifurcation of the city prosecutor and two different, I'm hoping that that will do something to solve that problem. But there can be an issue, and I did sort of feel, and I can't quite articulate it, but the advice of there seemed like there were other forces at play, and I'm not sure really they were. That was just my feeling about it. But it can be an issue.
Any further discussion? You guys must be reading the newspapers of how expensive outside counsel can get in certain cases.
Yeah, that's definitely what brought this consideration a lot.
Mr. Tom?
So just noting that we're doing it again. Maybe if we did not give $300 million in liability money to cops, maybe we could have the money. So that outside counsel would be an issue. So that the government could run efficiently. Because we haven't heard from these folks. Because there is no need. We have heard, it's been a chorus. And so again, if we're not working in those areas, then you don't ask for outside counsel if you feel like you have protection inside. And it's kind of like going to HR when you are trying to save your job. And they tell you, just tell me everything. And in the final analysis, that everything that you told them gets twisted. And again, if we have elected officials who are asking for outside counsel, can we also assume? Well, I'm just saying that, well, the Mejia was the one that asked. No, so you're right. So, I mean, the fact that they're asking for outside counsel says something is wrong.
Can we fix, I think that we fix that.
I don't think it's fixed by bifurcating it. I don't think it's fixed because number one, so now we're asking for what, one election, 2 elections, how many new elections are we asking for? Now we're asking for a job description where we're splitting up. You know, I mean, it's just more bureaucracy and it's just more attempts so that no one can be held accountable. It's just like ping pong, you know, it's your responsibility. No, it's your responsibility. I mean, I think that we need to seriously consider. Because we keep talking about the budget. If we're gonna talk about the budget, and if budget considerations are an issue, then I think we shouldn't be talking about running another election or 2 elections, whatever it is. And I think that we shouldn't even be talking about electoral reform, ranked choice voting, expansion of city council, because that all takes money. And so it just rings as being committed to eliminating what the community has said or what other folks have said they wanted by making these motions. All of these motions have eliminated the voices of the people with one clean swoop. And most of them have been prepared. I don't prepare a motion when I come here. I come to listen and I respond. Now maybe that's what I should do. Maybe that's what I should do. But if I don't like it, then why would I do it? At the end of the day, if you prepare a motion, you didn't know what these people were gonna say today. We had public comment today on this issue. If you've already had a motion prepared, you had not heard from these people. And so you're just doing whatever it is you wanna do. And want us to feel like you're thoughtfully considering. You're not. It is very hypocritical to have a motion prepared and have public comment on the motion. To move public comment up with police reform to try to show some appreciation. It's not about whether or not you are first or last. It's whether or not the reforms that you're proposing are honestly being considered. And to me, to ask people to get up here, to come to Occident and make public comment when you already know and you know the votes, you know how they return. You know how they return. And you already got the motion ready to dispel. I mean, it would be different if you were just making a motion for what you want. But that ain't what has happened here. So I don't know who got together. I don't know who got together and talked about how to do this, about developing a strategy, because somebody got together, this is not This is not serious at all. Somebody got together and said, oh, this is the approach we're gonna take. This is what we're gonna do. And you've done it. And you continue to do it. So why don't we just, instead of going through this process, we can finish this really quick. What do the commissioners want? And let's just go with, just make a motion that we've done enough, you know, do the same thing. We're wiping out everything except what we've already done. Let's just say that.
You want, I can read out the motion.
Oh, you have the motion? Yes, please read it.
On preamble, Ted's gonna move the table reform relating to the preamble pending a report from Rewrite LA. On the length recommendation, Ted's gonna move to dispose of all reforms listed under the plan. Under government structure, Ted's gonna move to dispose of proportional ranked choice voting. And then when we get to government structure, Ray is going to move to dispose of the recommendation to create a CFO.
That's all fine.
You can submit that to the
Previous
commission.
motion, I never thought on.
You're out of order, Rob. For the controller's office be disposed of.
Okay.
Karen's gonna like that motion made last week, did she?
We had a motion on this.
Yes, to restate my motion, this only with regard to outside counsel. I move to dispose all reforms that allow the city controller, ethics commission, and lacers to hire outside counsel to the effect of bifurcating the city attorney's office or politicization.
Is there a second?
Second.
Really don't want to be public.
Want to poll, unless there's further discussion, you want to poll the commission?
Commissioner,
Chair of the attorney report to.
Chair Stein,
Yes.
You like this?
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
No.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the next subject, I think you were just about to talk about, Chair Stein, was, the removal and discipline, topic.
I really think of this.
Yes.
I've done this. Please let me hear this.
We've gotten, I think we've gotten a lot of proposals actually on this, from groups that are here. And LA Ford, I know I talked about the letter.
No. Please, Mr. Klein. All right, so you're not a member of the commission. Call the cops. You're supposed to go over here. I don't need to call the cops. I need you to refrain from what you're doing so we can conduct our business. Thank you. That's the you.
Yes, sorry, thank you so much. I think the history is clear here that there's been a lot of ambiguity in the charter, and there have been a lot of questions on litigation. The prime example on litigation was the suspension of a council member, Margaret Thomas. He was, because of the charter, saying that he could not have a second job. He was still a council member, he couldn't have a second job, so he was deprived a livelihood for a period of time. He sued, he got his back pay sent to him. So things like that. So we're really looking, we looked at a lot of models out there, looked at a lot of recommendations, talked to other cities like Oakland, San Diego, and other municipalities that just had a little clearer definitions of if this happens, what happens, what are some mechanisms to, if, for example, there, council members who, let's say, do something terrible, that's not a crime, but you don't want them on city council. There's the example of removing them by a vote. There's the example of recalling them. Citizens always have a right of recalling any elected official by gathering signatures. But there's a lot of processes out there, and this commission was asked to look at them, and we've had a lot of presentations on there, and a lot of discussion on those various. I think there are a lot of little levers you can pull and adjust here to make improvements. I think there's a lot of opportunity for improvement that's been pointed out by community groups to get rid of not just ambiguity, but also to make it clear for the residents in LA what the
Christina, you with the chair of this commission, is there anything you'd like to add to what the thinking was behind what the recommendations were?
I do, so the committee, I believe, had lengthy committee meetings and heard not only from the public, but also from several groups that provided some direction. And so this was not influenced by any council member, to be honest with you, having sitting, chairing the committee. And it was really to put forward a path to do away with the ambiguity, with the different scandals that have been, the city has been faced with and how to deal with them, because not every single person that either violated an ethics and or were under indictment, for example, were treated with the same process. So what we're gonna put forward, or where I'm looking to put forward, is some sense of direction and clarity as to how we move forward on the discipline of elected officials and removal.
And I'm still somewhat confused as what the ultimate decision was. I read all of the reports and all the reports from staff, and I actually went back and listened to some of your discussions. How do you protect the council member? It could be a GM, it could be the mayor, it could be the city attorney, because it's not just limited to council members, from false allegations or allegations even if charged by the United States Attorney or District Attorney of Los Angeles. How do you protect them to know that they would have a job they'd come back to if in fact they were found not guilty and didn't plead in between to a lesser charge or such? It's troubling. I know this commission is very tired of hearing my nauseam of statements about what I went through when I was on the airport commission. Allegations were made, and literally because I was financially able to do it, I spent $200,000 while serving on a crummy commission, but on a commission to clear my name. And I didn't have a job to come back to because I was in private practice. I mean, that wasn't an issue, but people run for offices for a lot of purposes. And one of the purposes is they love public policy. And a member of the city council gets paid pretty damn well, pretty darn well, for record.
You can correct it with due custody.
I never asked you. Oh, yes, I did. I gave it back.
That's why I got the glasses. That's why I actually got the glasses, because I can catch them lying in real time. That's why I got them. I bought these for y'all, because y'all be sitting up here like.
And I was saying to all of you, just
Y'all,
so big, recording us. Okay,
No,
I'm sorry, I made one comment.
3 minutes.
Okay. What did you do? I mean, council members have people to support, whether it's themselves, or whether it's with a spouse, a partner, whether it's children. And if they truly are found to be not guilty, aren't they entitled to a job? I mean, that's what bothered me about the whole thing. In some ways, unless we define it more clearly, you're throwing out the presumption of innocence. And I know the examples that we've had. There's little doubt about England or about Weezer, about, different people that went forward, that have gone forward and eventually never went to trial. They entered a plea. Well, what do you do about the person who fights them? And because they believe factually that they're innocent. Do they have nothing? They just lose everything they worked for? So was that factored into the discussion?
Commissioner Stein, I certainly appreciate and understand your line of questioning, and they're completely and absolutely valid. I believe in some of the recommendations that we're putting forward, they still remain to state to clarify, because there is no specific path forward. For the most part, we wanted to take away the power from where it was concentrated, where albeit the council president It needs to go back to a majority of the city council, for example, and or ultimately to the people. If there is a vacancy in the city council, they just should not go past a year without a council member and having proper representation. So the path forward is that we can to move forward with some of these and clarify that language, Commissioner Stein. I don't have an answer, the full answer, but certainly do appreciate and understand where you're coming from.
I appreciate that.
No, but
I understand. Will you take my microwave? Well, what is the basis for declaring there to be a vacancy? We define that. I mean, under the present system, which is by no means perfect. You know, normally the person accused continues on their full salary, which was included in here. And more likely than not gives up committees. And isn't allowed to vote in the committee, but is allowed to vote on the floor, if I'm not mistaken. What's the defining act? That when, and I keep saying council person again, it could be any of the citywide elected officials. What is the defining act to determine whether or not a vacancy is declared? I have no doubt, no problem with your motion. Considering it shouldn't be the council president, it should be the majority of the city council votes on it. I have more problems with declaring a special election right away. And I know where James is gonna answer, so I'm gonna answer for him. Why are you so concerned about money when you aren't concerned about the $300 million that's in police payoffs? Did I say that proper?
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
To do something about it. Don't just talk about it.
I would, yeah, that's right. But my question that I'm asking is, a special election costs a lot of money. And if the person's truly not guilty of it, it's a waste of taxpayer funds. So now that I said that, I will turn to Commissioner Moore.
Thank you. I'm kind of, if Commissioner Sanchez could just state exactly what reforms, if any, that you're requesting, because I'm reading, I've read through everything several times, it's just unclear exactly what reforms your subcommittee is requesting. Maybe you could just briefly discuss your findings, and like if there's like certain things. I'm just unclear about what reforms you want to, that the subcommittee wants to present. Or any changes.
Chair Stein, I'm ready to move forward with the motion.
Thank you.
To clarify that, unless I want to get back to you to make sure.
I think we have to be careful killing an act with a sledgehammer. Number one, we have to ask about that. We're asking people who, I mean, the face of this corruption, in my opinion, when I hear it talk about it, is Martin Luther Thomas, no relation. No ties whatsoever, other than when he was at the Southern Conservation Conference. I happen to have read the court documents. It ain't as clear as people try to say that it is. Now, I'm not arguing for Martin Luther Thomas. Not my representative at all. But I do think when you make something the face, because I'm hearing his name mentioned, but I ain't heard Gil Cedillo, and I haven't heard Kevin De Leon. Because what they did in comparison was far more reprehensible. And even when we look at how that decision was made about Councilman Ridley Thomas. Why did not the person responsible for cutting the deal, why wasn't she indicted? Well, we all know if you like. Because she's a white woman. No, what I'm it was the school of social work. It was a school of social work. And what I don't understand is why she wasn't indicted too. It's only a deal, it's only pay to play. I gotta have somebody in the sandbox with you. And so if we're gonna deal with corruption and we're gonna deal with discipline, let's really deal with it. It's not a coincidence that there isn't anything definitive. That's not a coincidence. Because that is just reflective of what we've seen. Whenever it's something that is highly charged, that has potential to really impact the mayor and city council, or elected officials in general, there is some hesitance. We don't beat our chest. But we do that when we're proposing things that have to do with a better quality of life for all Angelina. And so, if we don't have enough information to determine this, then why even are we deciding? Why are we moving? You know, and again, I think if you are corrupt and you're racist and your racism is attached to your policy, I think you need to be gone. I think you need to be disgraced. You know. But we haven't even talked about what impact their racist views had on Black community. We haven't even discussed that. We haven't even looked at whether or not those people who made those comments, whether or not they were unilaterally not funding initiatives that directly impact Black people. We haven't talked about that. And that's the real issue. That's the real corruption. That there are some people that we leave behind and some people that we push forward. And so again, I don't know how much I'm protesting with these no votes. Because I don't think we just sweep everything away. Now, we're not gonna sweep everything that. We're not gonna sweep what she's saying away.
And I think that what I'm putting forward will address some of your concerns.
Can I be your advisor?
No, it don't mean I'm not. I'm just saying, I know y'all gonna vote how she wants y'all to vote. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, let's go.
Further discussion. And we'll repeat.
I don't have
Yeah.
So you might, so we do have staff reports and I'm going to. Okay. So as it relates to the removal and discipline of elected officials, I move to forward the following forms from the discipline and removal of elected officials staff report. Option 1A, establish a council-driven process to suspend council members. Option 1B, clarify that elected officials are entitled to continue receiving full compensation while suspended. Option 4D, create a legislative recall process that allows for the council to call a special election for removal and replacement with a 3/4 supermajority. Option 2E, require a special election for vacancies if more than 1 year of the term remains. And dispose of all other reforms.
Can you say that one more time, please? Just repeat the motion, please.
Of course, I move forward with the following reforms from the discipline and removal of elected official staff report. 1A. Establish a council-driven process to suspend council members. 1B. Clarify that elected officials are entitled to continue receiving full compensation while suspended. 4D. Create a legislative recall process that allows for the council to call a special election for removal and replacement with a 3/4 supermajority. 2E. Require a special election for vacancies if more than 1 year of the term remains, and dispose of all other reforms.
And so what's she reading off, like, is it in the same format as all the other secret one keep going around?
Could you please?
No.
Remain.
It's not.
Okay. Ignore Mr. Kwan, let's know if there anybody else that wishes to speak. On the commission.
Yeah, I'll pretty friendly, but hopefully a friendly amendment. Can we reduce the 3/4 to a 2/3, so dropping 10%? Would you be open to that, Commissioner Sanchez?
Yeah, 4D, 3/4 to what?
2/3.
I'm open to it.
I think I've learned during the recess that even there's a friendly amendment. We're gonna have to second that friendly amendment at the time that an actual motion is called for. Just to be safe, I noticed Mr. Cole shaking his head no, but just. Yeah. The special election for vacancies, if more than 1 year, that's not from a suspension, that's actually from the vacancy, is that correct?
Alright. Okay. Someone resigns. Someone proposal passes.
Is there that is your motion, Commissioner Sanchez, is there a second?
I'll second.
And that includes the friendly amendment.
Sure, I'll second that. I can second my motion, sure, I'll second the motion itself.
Is there a motion to second the friendly amendment? Reduce the requirements from 3/4 to 2/3.
I'll second for the purpose of discussion. I want to ask what your intent is behind the amendment. That's probably not recommended.
I think that from working in government, 3/4 is a really high figure, and with the temporary vacancy, we would be, and the mechanism to create special election. We should lower that a little bit to make it more equitable to those people who would be in that council district, so this one's a lot easier to find, votes.
Yeah. That makes math sense also. Sorry. You can't do 3/4 with an odd number anyways, so because you.
Oh, okay, cool.
So what are the guardrails? What is to say? Since the trajectory for pushing Black people out of Los Angeles continues. What are the guardrails for when someone says, we don't need Black representation? We don't need, and we start talking and lobbying in order to come up with the 2/3 to have somebody removed. And we saw the hypocrisy behind what was obvious. Well, not everything is so obvious. And so what I'm trying to understand is we're giving authority and power to city council to remove other city council members, which just on its face doesn't really seem fair.
Can be accurate, can I correct what the motion is? So, and I think this addresses, and I'll just say his name, KDL. This addresses the KDL situation. He didn't commit a crime, but he did something that was terrible. people tried to get his name, get him recalled by collecting signatures, they could not. This gives the council a new tool to say, we're just gonna vote by two-thirds to call that special election to recall him ourselves. And then the voters decide.
I understand that, but that's the first time KDL has been mentioned. And again, if we kicked, and again, I want KDL out, and KDL is out, and replaced with a wonderful person. You don't think so? I think Mr. Wonderful.
Well, he's out.
We'll agree he's out. He's out. He's out. No, I said everything, you know, and this is my thing. If we're wanting these people to be well, and we're giving elected officials the power to do so, I don't understand how that's okay, and this is why all roads still lead back to political influence. Because why, how can we sit here and make a decision that, which is very, I mean, you talk about controversy. You know, if I'm an elected official, and I already know that we have this process, because people on the city council don't like me because of the color of my skin. That's already clear. But fortunately, for me, they don't have the ability to remove me. If we removed every person who practiced anti-blackness, not calling nobody racist, when I want to call somebody racist, I'll call their name, who practices anti-blackness, we probably wouldn't have too many people in city government. And so, while we can talk about KDL, the face of this is Mark Luther Thomas. And I'm going to say it until I'm blue in the face. I am tired and offended by the ways in which we are handling and engaging Black people specifically, all people generally. We continue to do that. This is why when we started this process, and you know, Ted, I said this. When we started this process, I said we need a rubric. Because every decision, every time we decide to cut a recommendation, it should be based on the same set of variables and factors. That's what I said at the beginning of this process. Everything that we have cut, we ought to be able to go to the community and say, this is our rubric, this is what we use to judge whether or not we're going to move something forward. We can't do that. We can't do that. We have now done something that is totally undemocratic. We're picking and choosing based upon, I think, somewhat of a clique. That's what I think. No one has to agree with me.
Commissioner Thomas, just to clarify, this is not an unprecedented. Congress is actually able to expel a member from both the House and the Senate with a 2/3 majority vote.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's unprecedented, I'm not saying that it's unprecedented, and Congress ain't worth a quarter.
But what it does mean though, is that means that people who are elected officials, let's say I wanted to recall KDL, because I think that what KDL was corrupt and it was morally bankrupt. But I couldn't gather the signatures because he's still well loved in his district. Or because it's just hard to gather signatures. We talked about how much money it costs to signature gather. This means that there's another tool to do that.
But I don't think focusing on KDF.
We'll focus on whoever you want.
You know, this is what I'm saying, Commissioner Stein was asking about people being falsely accused. There are no guardrails for that. And the bottom line is that Congress isn't local government for a reason. There was a reason that Congress and local government responds different. If all of KDL's district was for him, behind him, and held the same kind of values that he did, then if he runs again, he's gonna win again. So I don't think it's up to city council to veto the will of the voters, whether the voters are racist or not. But that's not, hold on. And you know, but he said that that's not what it is. Because again, the reason that that's not what it is because in the same way that it is difficult for this commission to appreciate and accept and support the recommendations of Black-led organizations that are in the trenches fighting to make Los Angeles better. That's the same way that they will not hear Black elected officials. And so, for anybody to say, because again, I was a research associate for the Thomas Rivera Institute, the first study about what the impact of having a Latino mayor, I was a part of that study. And the only impact was City Hall would look like it does. There would be no Black people and it would be majority Latino. That was the conclusion of the study. And there were no guardrails put in place to protect Black people from that. And so we have a Black flight from Los Angeles. Have a Black flight. And we think we solved the Black flight problem because we got 3 Black commissioners on here. That's not. You gotta care about Black people. You have to listen to Black people. And it's not to disregard anybody else. And so the only thing that I'm saying is, if we know that they came together around trying to squash Black political power in this city, and trying to redistrict, before we even get to the derogatory remarks, man. If we know that that has already happened, we're supposed to give those people the responsibility of removing.
So they can't remove. This says that they have to ask voters to remove. That is what this says. It is not that it's taking away power from the council and saying the council has the option to send it to the voters and it's a voter's choice.
So, if someone, going back to Mr. Stein,
yes,
if the person is determined, if it is determined after it has gone to the voters, and this happened in Northern California, if after it has gone to the voters say, we want this person to remain,
I think the person goes back to their job.
So what do we do about the election mechanism?
I'm sorry, what?
What do we do about it usually takes about 2 years. What do we do about the election mechanism?
Okay. Let's start with, so someone's elected to office. The council finds that they did something terrible. They vote by 2/3 to ask the voters to recall this person. Same election happened, it's a special election. Voters get a chance to say, I want to keep this person, I don't want to keep this person. At the same time, they also, much like we've seen with the governor's recall, they also get choices. If this person loses this recall and is tossed out, here are people who have qualified for the ballot to replace them. If the vote fails, the vote to recall the person fails, that person goes back to their job.
So. That doesn't make sense.
It's a saying, it's a.
Yeah, right, what I'm saying is that by the time we find this out, whether or not they're guilty, 2 years have already passed. And the reality is, because again, this is.
2 years before he counts.
Because by the time, with the investigation, the way that goes, as slow as justice is, by the time we find out whether or not an elected official is actually guilty, about 2 years have passed.
So this can happen before that.
Yeah.
I know it, what I'm saying is that, so this person serves until, it makes no sense. It makes sense that I'm so glad. I think I sound like that. I am, because it really gives the ability to tease out what doesn't really make sense. And this is the thing. But we wanna do this, and we're so quick to do this. I would think that this should have been one of the most difficult issues that we wrestled with, but it ain't.
You are.
No, I'm not wrestling with it. No, because, no, I'm not wrestling with it. I'm not wrestling with it because we're discussing it. I'm not wrestling with it because whatever y'all wanna do with it, you're gonna do anyway. So I'm just merely discussing it. I'm just saying that in theory, it makes sense. But in reality, given what we know, not what we think, given what we know, given the political climate that we are in, where people are rolling over to Donald Trump without being forced, how do we know that Commissioner Stein, since he always used my name, because you use mine, that he runs for city council, and they have already lied on him once, and then they do it again.
So I think it might be helpful just to go through the charter now to kind of see what the issue we're trying to deal with. So basically now, Commissioner Stein brought up vacancy. So essentially for an office to become vacant, the person has to be convicted. So that's sort of the issue is you've had people indicted, but they're not convicted. So the only way to get rid of them is to do a recall. And then there's also suspension pending trial. So pending trial, the council may suspend an elected officer, and the appointing power may suspend any appointed officer against whom felony criminal proceedings or criminal misdemeanor proceedings related to a violation of official duties. But there can be a vacancy triggered if you're not going to count, for 60 days. So that's sort of the issue, is like you could suspend someone, and then it becomes vacant, but they're indicted, but they haven't been convicted, so they can't be removed. So essentially what, we did in our staff report was offer options for clarifying this, and basically, when there's a temporary vacancy, as Commissioner Andrade pointed out, to, actually be able to remove someone, right, if they're, even if they haven't been convicted yet. So just providing a little bit more clarity.
But this is easily weaponized, is what I'm saying. This is easily weaponized, and this is the point, this is the point in terms of, do I have a recommendation? What is it? The recommendation that I would make would be centered in what is important to me. And over, this commission has voted to not consider things.
This came from the people. This was recommended.
I know it was not recommended by people. What I'm saying is this, is that the people want them out. I understand, I wanted them. I camped out at KDL's house.
Okay.
Is that valley, I wanted.
We need to get back.
We're gonna get back to it, but this is not,
That's what you said.
but the issue is, I'm still talking.
I know.
Because again, again, going back to, that is not gonna move me to stop talking.
I understand.
So I hope, I'm trying to, if you let me talk, at the end of the day, tomorrow, if we do not have an answer, if we don't understand that it can take up to 2 years before someone is actually indicted, you should not remove any elected official without being sure that that person has broken the law. Now, we don't know that, don't mean that it's Donald Trump. But we should not remove any elected official until we know that that person has broken the law or has so violated public trust. And maybe we need to be trying to define what that is, because to me, it is a violation of public trust that we have all this money going to policing and not going to public works to fix potholes and streets. So I think we want to rush through this and don't understand how this can be weaponized. And if we can't consider, and all the thing that I'm asking that we consider how this can be weaponized and do the exact opposite of what it is we're trying to do. And everything in me suggests to me that I don't know if this is I don't know if city council or the mayor, I don't know if they can handle this level of power and responsibility in an equitable way. I would hope that they could. But history hasn't really proven. And so maybe this public council that we put forward, maybe they would make these decisions. Maybe they could be responsible for having the hearing. They've done this in houselessness. They've had a houseless hearing court that was held down on Skid Row. Interesting how the policy that came out of that actually had a positive effect. Interesting how all of the advocates and folks living on Skid Row were in support of the policies that were being put forward by the judge who was making the recommendations. So this is not always an adversarial role. It is only an adversarial role when you ain't doing what the people want you to do. Or when you're trying to get around what people are actually trying to get at. And so, in the end, can we, not opposed to what you're trying to do, can we stop with the sweeping everything away? Can we just stop that? Can we do the up and down vote like we did with those other, and that's gonna come back, but still, can we at least do that? Can we stop with the just not even saying to the public, these are the things that we're wiping out? We're not doing it. We need to name everything that we're wiping out because the public came and spoke on these issues and had public comment on these issues. And they need to know. And we need to say for the record, for the people who will watch this, the people who will watch this needs to know every single reform that we have wiped away. They need to know that. They should not have to look at that. They shouldn't have to go through a video that doesn't tell them that. They shouldn't have to read over 200 pages to learn it. We need to at least have the common decency that if we are wiping away the recommendations of community, that we name specifically the recommendations we are doing away with. And until we do that, I can't vote for it.
Okay, then I appreciate your comments, even if they're a little long. But I appreciate your comments, but
If the comments about it being long like that bothers me, it does.
I understand that,
Just talk
but there
to
should be
me.
some consideration to the public.
Ain't nobody
And
consider,
some consideration to the rest of us that are sitting up there.
there's a lot of consideration, there's enough
Okay,
consideration.
we're not gonna get into an argument, James.
We're not arguing, I'm just
Okay.
saying, don't
That's fine.
have consideration for everybody equally is what I'm asking. Have consideration for the reforms that the public want, is what I'm asking.
That is what you want, and you're one member of a 13-member commission.
Yes, I think.
And you're one member of a 6-member ad hoc committee.
And
And
that's.
so therefore,
An ad
we're
hoc
gonna,
committee that was constructed in a way that disenfranchised the voice of an API person.
and it,
So that's what happened. And if you want, and we can talk about the details, specifically what happened.
okay,
Specifically
we're not,
what happened.
we're gonna.
No, we gonna deal with it.
The detail that
But
we're
we're
going
not doing that.
through is whether or
We don't
not
have to do it now.
we're gonna deal with a reform dealing with removal of public officials for criminal activity.
May I add?
So, yeah,
We
please.
have a motion, and I think there's been a friendly by Commissioner Andrade, is that Commissioner Thomas, I wrestled a lot with this, a lot of scenarios. It is my hope that the city elects city officials that will not find themselves in this pickle. That is, of course, dreaming big, but we need to look at all these scenarios.
There is a motion and a second, if I am correct in these, with what has gone on before we've had commission discussion. Am I correct, Mr. Chair, Mr. Executive Director?
Sorry, what was the question?
Pardon?
What was the question here?
There's a motion.
Yeah, there was a motion in a second. Yeah, happy to do roll call.
Let's poll the commission on the motion in a second.
Alrighty, Chair Stein,
Yes.
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray.
No.
Vice Chair Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
No.
That's 42 passes.
Magical consensus, meaning
Hey, Mr.
The next
The next thing.
is either, or Christina has it also, so ethics and anti-corruption methods.
Yes, the following dealt specifically with recommendations from our Ethics Commission and anti-corruption measures. Chair Stein, I welcome any discussion to any of what the staff report has before I put forward my motion.
Removing section 803, that deals with the school board, this is not the Board of Education. If I remember right, in perusing the charter, 803 was a
Putting stuff in.
LAUSD school board.
Correct.
It's. When you say
This had the loss of.
Ban.
Yeah, go ahead.
matching funds to the LAUSD Board of Education. Is that what the Ethics Commission currently does?
Does not.
It does not. And so we. Well, I don't want to get into comments, okay, so that is, okay. What additional public financing models are permissible? I mean, doesn't that take basically a council action, not a charter action? It's third from the bottom.
Applying lobbyists, you said?
I was saying additional public financing models, isn't that a ordinance rather than a charter amendment?
Yeah, I think it's specifically here because the charter would have to say so.
Okay. Maximum civil penalties. I'm gonna let Christina go through these. Or make a motion unless there's questions from members of the commission. If I see no questions from members of the commission, Christina, could you wrap it up? and tell us exactly what you propose, what your committee is proposing.
Absolutely. As it relates to ethics and anti-corruption measures, I move forward the following reforms under ethics and anti-corruption measures. Remove Charter Section 803. Apply the LAUSD process for adjusting contribution limits to city contribution limits. Update the contribution limits to reflect current amounts. Prohibit the use of campaign funds to pay for certain fines. Make the maximum civil penalty for violations of the campaign finance laws the same as the maximum administrative penalty. And specify in the charter that additional public financing models are permissible. Expand matching funds program to LAUSD Board of Education and dispose of all other reforms.
You take a friendly motion to eliminate last one matching funds to LAUSD. Any other?
I have a question, so you're not proposing to prohibit contributions from non-individuals? That wasn't one of the things.
I'm sorry, what?
I was asking of Commissioner Sanchez.
That is correct.
I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner Thomas was asking you a question. What was exactly?
Commissioner Sanchez answered my question.
I have another question, similar nature, so does that mean we're not moving forward with option 8 to prohibit quid pro quo soliciting, offering, giving, and receiving money from the ballot in exchange for city action, or was that specified in?
That's not.
That's against the law, it already exists.
Okay, that's why I don't, that's okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Any other comments?
And so can you explain how this, how this will specifically enhance the work of LAUSD? And have you considered the impact of if we have moved forward, and I think we have, the voting? How does this, has that been considered in terms of what the impact that could have on?
We certainly haven't studied how these two things would impact each other. At first blush, I would say they likely do not impact each other, at least right now. These are requests from mainly the Ethics Commission to improve processes, again, apply the LAUSD process to adjusting contribution limits to city contribution limits. That's just kind of one of the things that they've worked with LAUSD on these recommendations as well. It just makes their job easier instead of like bifurcating things, so they have one process. They're also aligning some of the processes just so that, because they have still the same election cycles, but we're having to do different processes with these two bodies, even though like you go to the ballot when you're running for a council member and you serve the meetings.
Other comments? Questions? Is there a motion?
That was my motion, is there a second?
Is there a second?
Well, we recently. Just so we're all clear.
Christina, do you want to restate the motion?
Absolutely, and I must add that worked very closely with the Ethics Commission, which presented to us several of these options and were heard at length at committee. I moved forward the following reforms under ethics and anti-corruption measures. Remove Charter Section 803. Apply the LAUSD process for adjusting contribution limits to city contribution limits. Update the contribution limits to reflect current amounts. Prohibit the use of campaign funds to pay certain fines. Make the maximum civil penalty for violations of the campaign finance laws the same as the maximum administrative penalty. And specify in the charter that additional public financing models are permissible. Finally, expand matching fund programs to LAUSD Board of Education. And lastly, dispose of all other reforms.
I thought that you took a friendly amendment eliminating expanding national funding program, the LAUSD.
My apologies, remove, I retract and remove expand matching funds program to LAUSD Board of Education. Thank you, Commissioner Stein, President Stein.
And so, okay, I just want to see if there's a second first.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Sanchez, second by Commissioner Mesa. You have comments? There's no requirement.
I have a comment. I'm not gonna say, I don't think the reports go far enough, that's all I have to say, thank you.
Excuse me? I've got.
I said, I don't think, that the reforms listed go far enough, I have more for the comment, thank you.
Commissioner Murray, I welcome some friendly amendments or additions.
Yeah, I can note it this time.
One, any other comments? All the commission.
Sure. I think, Chair Stein,
Yes.
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray,
No.
Vice Chair Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade, Commissioner Thomas.
No.
Thank you, 4-2.
Christina, did you do neighborhood councils or was that my Wellness Commission?
That was better government.
Okay.
Yes. And so I think the commission as a whole and the committee heard from Doan specifically as to the role of our neighborhood councils. As we all know, these were implemented in the last charter. And have been, there's been several changes since 26 years ago, and they wanted to update some of the language. So I'm open to, Chair Stein to discussion before I put forward a proposal.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, you want to make a motion, please.
Yeah. I'll move forward with my motion, and some of these are going to be technical, as I cite, charter sections, so I will start with neighborhood councils. I move forward the following reforms under neighborhood councils. Replace the term citizen with civic. Amend language establishing Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. Clarify the commission's role in approval of contracts and leases. Update section 904 title. Update section 905 title. Update section 906A1. Replace language, everyone who lives, works, or owns property in the area. Change section 907 title, expand section 908, and no change to neighborhood council's authority.
Is there a second to that motion? I'd like to make a motion. I'll second. There's a second for the friendly amendment, Commissioner Thomas.
I would like to include, some language around, discrimination existing with the neighborhood. I would like, I don't know.
Well, not say a little bit, yeah.
Well, yeah, right. So basically, one of the issues with the neighborhood councils, particularly in San Fernando Valley, is that, again, it ends up being kind of like this meeting. Black folks come, Black folks express themselves, Black folks are ignored, cans kicked down the road, or if you are a Black neighborhood council officer, you get the same kind of treatment. And so my narrative around neighborhood councils have to do with people who are actually on the neighborhood council. Also has to do with when it was proposed that there would be quote unquote diversity training. Neighborhood council members pushed back against that, didn't want to do it. Didn't want to do it.
Are you talking
I'm talking about, I can't name all because I don't know all. I don't know all. But I do know that they were bold to say, and they felt as if they were being put upon by the fact that they were being asked to do this because their colleagues got tired of calling out the racism that exists within the neighborhood council. And so I would like some language in the motion to address that.
You have specific language?
Of course I
I need.
I can-
You have specific language?
Of course I can, Commissioner Thomas, I can work on that with you. In the coming days, if you want to add like a friendly that says, and work on language to address issues of racism.
I want to codify.
Yeah, we'll work on language that will codify. I don't know what the language is. Yeah.
Anti-discrimination.
Against.
Commissioner Thomas, when Joan first presented to us, that was one of the first items that I brought up, because it's not exclusive to the Black community. It also happens to Latinos, and you've heard lots of incidents that have happened. Nevertheless, if I'm not mistaken, Joan did come back with a report saying that in a span of so many years, there have only been X amount of complaints, which again, doesn't
That is
always,
true.
that I concur with you, because that is an issue with me as well. And I completely agree with some language to address that in the future.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. We have a friendly amendment by Commissioner Thomas, which I believe Mr. Sanchez accepted, that we would have language of anti-discrimination within the recommendation.
For mandatory training.
Research it.
No, the thing is that this needs to be known before you run for neighborhood council. So that you don't feel like somebody's forcing you, this is just a response to something that's happened in the actual meeting. It needs to be, I wouldn't even go as far as to say they need to take an anti-bias. There's a lot of things that are out there, a lot of tools that are out there available to get at.
For the purpose of this, I think we've all agreed that we're gonna come up with some language on anti-discrimination and training or whatever the case may be. So there's a motion and a second. Mr. Sanchez, who accepted the friendly amendment from Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
All right, at that point, then let's poll the commission.
Chair Stunt,
Yes.
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes, she still removes stuff.
A yes is a yes is a yes. Commissioner Andrades. 6-0 passes. Thank you.
Oh, you did.
Okay, Ethics Commission, General Counsel, I'm assuming. Well, I shouldn't assume, but since we're bifurcating the district attorney's office. Since we're bifurcating the city attorney's office, the same argument would apply or not?
Yeah, I think the same applied and Measure ER, specify this or we're not trying to change Measure ER. That being said, I'm not opposed to giving Ethics Commission the ability for general counsel, because in my Ethics Committee level, I talked about having a direct counsel in the Ethics Commission, and I'd love to hear if Commissioner Sanchez has any feelings about general counsel since this has been talked about at the committee level, or Commissioner Murray since we're not.
Thank you, Commissioner Andrades. This is one item that the Ethics Commission did move forward with, and we have had conversations at length about other departments asking for the same. However, I believe that with your committee's city's proposal to bifurcate the city attorney's office will address many of these issues.
I just wanted to clarify that, so then what I'm gonna do is. I wanna actually focus on the inspector general piece. I had been talking a lot about the potential of an inspector general, I guess when we were related to the controller's office, I had asked the CEO about it, I had asked other offices about it. And I love that I saw it in your proposal. So I'm actually going to move to establish an inspector general team, not just a singular inspector general, within the ethics commission that can audit elected officials under circumstances limited to an outside investigation by another government authority, including federal, state, county, and city prosecutors, or a 2/3 vote by city council. This will be the sole authority within the city with this power, regardless of prior committee action. I would further recommend that the city council increases the ethics commission budget to fund the position and dispose of all other ethics commission recommendations.
Is there a second to that motion? Oh, I'm sorry, discussion, there's a second, we're gonna have discussion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'm confused.
Second.
I think that's all.
Yeah, there's a motion by Commissioner Andrade, second by Commissioner Nessa, now, discussion, questions?
So what is the motion? Because I'm confused.
Yeah, so the motion is to create the inspector general role. I can reread it for you, but if
I'm
I'm
looking at
going to.
it, I'm looking at it.
Great, if we go to our packet, section D, reforms 1 through 9 through 10. I would like to move forward with the option to have an inspector general, so the specific language of the motion is. I move to establish an inspector general team within the ethics commission that can audit elected officials. Under circumstances limited to an official outside investigation by another government authority, for example, federal, state, county, or city prosecutor, or a 2/3 vote by city council. This will be the sole authority within the city that has this power regardless of prior committee actions. I further recommend that the city council increase the ethics commission budget to fund this position. And then I would dispose of the other items in that reform section.
And so. So are we arguing if, and I don't have it, really. This section. I see the inspector general, but I wanted to see a list of.
Team title.
The list of the reforms?
If, I don't know what number we're gonna be getting under, but that's where.
For that, may I ask a question?
Sure.
The inspector general, what is the process to fill that position if it passes?
I didn't get into the minutia with this motion, but I'm open to. The thoughts of this, I guess maybe I would assume that the ethics commission would appoint the inspector general. So that's how I would do it, but we can get minutia if you would like to.
Thank you, that clarifies it.
And so my question is always, so if the current inspector general. Who serves the pleasure of the police commission.
Different department.
So we're adding an inspector.
Yes.
So we're adding one.
Or inspector. But all the federal state investigations, why would the commission bother at? That's state.
And with the 2/3 vote of city council, so it's like four.
Without me voting.
I don't know. Commissioner Stein.
Mr. Mark?
When I was on ethics commission. I met with Dan Shore. Who wanted to create an inspector general position. But he spoke with me on behalf of Mayor Garcetti. And we had a very pleasant discussion. We do have an enforcement section of the ethics commission. At the time, and I wish I could remember, and I wish I kept a memoir, but I don't. I thought that it was a paragraph by the mayor, who I was aligned with at the time, just as a personal family friend. Not as a colleague. I thought it was a paragraph so that the mayor would have more input into the process, and it left a bad taste in my mouth. So, that's all the comment that I have.
And Commissioner Murray, so in your experience on the ethics committee, what can you tell us? Do you think that you all were effective? And what could you tell us was maybe the biggest challenge for you as an ethics, on that particular committee? And do these reforms address those?
The biggest challenge was that we were trying to deal with developer contributions, NPS payments to elected officials. And we've had much testimony. And I spent several months as the president of the commission taking testimony from community folks, nonprofits. We had an exemption carved out for nonprofits with contribution limits. And it was not even taken up by the city council. And my colleague, even when I was on my way out of the commission, and then a colleague took over, having discussions with that, I think was in another comprehensive package of municipal lobbying ordinance reform, and it still wasn't heard by the city council. Some folks, some of my fellow commissioners thought that the fact that the ethics commission was funded by the city council and they had discretion over the budget made things difficult. I didn't feel that personally, but some of my other fellow commissioners did. And then the ethics commission drafted the ordinance, the measure that was passed, and addressed a lot of those issues with regards to the budget. So again, I understand, and maybe because I just have a lot of personal experience with this particular commission, we did try to present some bold reforms. And I'm going to tell you that the person who appointed me to the commission, President Wesson, he never voiced this to me, but I think he didn't think I would go as far with reforms as I did, but that's neither here nor there. I don't think he had an agenda when he appointed me, just I had a lot of experience with dealing with political campaigns and those kind of issues, and I would grapple with them well. So yeah, I think my main the concerns I had, I think, were mostly handled by the reforms. But we really tried to rein in developer contributions, and that didn't get any traction. So I'm a little bit frustrated with that, because that led to Councilman Hussar and all that nonsense, and Councilman Linder and all, paper bags and cash money and strippers in a hotel room in Vegas. So yeah.
And so the reforms that are gonna be swept away, because I still would like those to be read. It doesn't seem like, maybe it's me, and you can tell me, Commissioner Murray. Does proposing an inspector general solve this issue? Is city council more inclined to reject relationships with developers because we have an inspector general, if they were not willing to do so when they had an entire commission that was duly seated in the morning?
Yeah, I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay.
I'm open to friendly amendments either way. We want to increase as the authority to refer someone to the inspector general or add other parts of the ethics commission package into this.
No,
And I just want to be clear, I believe, and Commissioner Sanchez, I believe that the ethics commission did present this as the inspector general, is that correct? That's it, yeah, thank you.
My favorite pass.
And. And so, I'm still trying to. If we're not gonna deal with the developer issue, which was the major issue. That the ethics committee was grappling and trying to change. That was completely ignored. Then. Why aren't we including at least that? So what, in terms of a friendly amendment that would talk about. That would speak specifically to what we all know is the problem. And that is developers having relationships with elected officials in exchange for support and green lighting to the project. And that's kind of a common thing that happens in development. And so if that's the major issue, then should we add that language?
Yeah, you're familiar with 245E, correct, Commissioner Thomas?
No.
Okay, so this commission, voted, on one of those fixes that addresses, issues with developers. Where, the commission voted to move forward with amendments to 245E. 245E, we've had some studies and a lot of discussion on, is that authority that gives, council members basically a veto over any project in their district. Which means that any developer who wants to build something in a district absolutely has to get the blessings of a council member, whether or not they use the veto or not. Then just having the veto means developers are going to council members and trying to, knowing that they can't get their project built without the council member blessing.
But
So that
gives it more power.
No, so yes, that does give them power. So what this commission has voted to move forward so far is amending it, saying that the veto no longer is the final word. It has to go back to the planning commission. It can't just be veto done over, it has to go back to every other council member veto goes back to an original commission. Except for this, the 245E. So amending this says, okay, we're gonna treat this authority like every other authority that you have, has to go back to the commission for further review. It's not just one and done. So in other words, it's an amendment to that authority that was definitely, and this was something that was just passed in New York. They got rid of it in New York because council members in New York also have the ability to veto any project. So that was addressed, I think, in large part with that. I mean, it's a huge thing that we've heard from a lot of community groups about. Again, it's so big that New York just had charter language passed by voters in November on it. It's quite frankly one of the other reasons that this commission was created was to address that very issue.
Well, I think it's, but I think it's important that what is more likely to be vetoed. Like being said. Development will most impact affordable housing.
Yeah.
Housing for people.
Yeah.
And
homeless and
beyond the house, housing beyond the house. And so this is when they'll use their veto power. So it's still much to do about that. So again, I would include in the motion. My friendly amendment would be reading those things that I want to.
Hold on, I'm gonna give Commissioner Mesa a chance to speak. He's very patient here with his hand.
Commissioner Thomas, you tell me if you have a potential way of articulating your friendly amendment. I'm gonna just read from the Ethics Commission presentation on the Inspector General, because it speaks to your question. It says to address the current concerns regarding land use in the city, we recommend establishing an Ethics Commission team led by an Inspector General to focus on investigating land use processes and decision. However, because the potential for actual corruption is not limited to land use, We also recommend that the team also focus on procurement processes. It goes on to say, the Inspector General team would analyze permits, contracts, financial disclosure forms, and other data sets, audit decisions to determine whether proper protocols were followed, research best practices, and recommend legislative changes. And if you feel alleviates, I would ask Commissioner Gonzalez to put that in the motion as friendly.
In a sense, it definitely does. But it's still, it still seems to be heavily directed by this Inspector General. And it's, and again, it is difficult. I mean, we make these decisions under a particular belief that the person who gains this responsibility are, that they're gonna do what they're supposed to do. But we understand that even with the Inspector General, we have inspectors general. We have one that is supposed to be dealing with corruption in the police department. And again, it ends up being more the same. And so I'm just wondering, and I know what we're talking about is who appoints or how, or how. But I still think that that's a lot of, it's the leading language that's bothering me. Because if there is a commission, and that commission is supposed to be comprised, I would feel more comfortable with the Inspector General facilitates the investigation. And open, but not lead them. Because if that person is not willing to do the right thing, then it leaves the rest of the commissioners with no help. And so we're making, I just don't want to assume anymore that people have the political will to do the right thing, especially when it comes to law communities of color. I'm just not willing to make that assumption anymore. I'm willing to look at what guardrails we can put in place to protect that, from being, to keep that from being a possibility.
I've been informed by the deputy director, we have a half an hour to cover the room, so if we could try to bring these.
Yeah, I can try to bring it in. I'll accept it, as Commissioner Meza stated with the language of facilitator. And I'll tell you that I came from the Fed. They have real inspector generals there, not like you see in the LAPD. So this motion, I would imagine staff will build out the IG role based off of this motion language. Is that correct, Justin?
Sorry, what was the question?
I imagine that staff will build out the IG role based on.
Yeah, we'll have to
And
do a lot of,
great, so I'll accept the friendly motion. Let's try to get an IG that's like what you see, that has real power and not what you see in the city right now.
Yes. Everybody else has spoken.
For your consideration, should the language include something that implies or does not imply or does not state that this Inspector General is first among equals in terms of there being other Inspectors General? I could see that coming up as confusion. I think it may need to be addressed, if not now, at least at the full commission.
Great question, Karen Bass would not like. Is, you accept that?
I'll accept that. I'll keep, he's not gonna commissioner make it so that I may accept it. Any comments?
No move.
Okay, great, let's accept that. Thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, are there any other comments? If not,
roll call. Yes. Chair Stein,
yes.
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray,
No.
Vice Chair Sanchez,
No.
Commissioner Andrés.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Thomas.
That's not a vote.
No.
I'm sorry, I took you on there. That's pretty motion carries.
I said no.
33, motion passes.
All right. Let's do the CFO quickly.
Sure, we're gonna go into governance structure, we do have a couple things under the governance structure, but if you wanna start with CFO, we do, I could just, briefly talk about. We've seen different models, we've seen different desires, hopes and dreams on CFO.
I am ready for my motion. No. You know what? I want to say something, there's not a, doing homework and advanced work and reading the staff reports and listening to every presentation. And thinking of motions is not something that needs to be canned. I think the public wants us to do our homework and on the motions that I'm making, because there's been a lot of discussion on this, is to table the CFO discussion until the next meeting so that we can continue having those discussions. It's a complex topic.
So you understand is we're tabling it for one meeting, we're not tabling it for term.
No, until the next meeting.
I would second your motion. And if the public one, all, any other member of the public has a better idea other than the CAO or the controller being the CFO, we're welcome to suggestions. So, are there any other? Is there any other discussion?
I have discussion relative to COO, but more holistically the mayor's authority. Much, or we're gonna say it,
I want to see it. That's the motion to table. It's a motion to table to see it.
oh, we didn't vote on it yet, okay, Jonathan.
Motion to table, motion to continue, would you amend your motion to a motion to continue this for 1 week, until the next meeting? Yes, and I would second your amended motion. Any other discussion? All the commission?
Chair Stone,
Yes.
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Andrés, Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
6-0.
Okay. On the report from LANCC, I move to dispose of all the reforms listed under the can't speak right now, LANCC.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, hold the commission.
Chair Stone,
Yes.
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah.
Commissioner Andrés.
No.
All right, 4-2. Next.
Let's take up the CAO of the COO, I'm sorry.
Okay, now I'm confused. So, much like you, Commissioner Simon brought up in the past, I believe in a strong mayor. At the committee level, I directed staff to write a memo about how we can strengthen the mayor's authority, which I think is important for 2 reasons. The first is that you have mayors who get elected and they're really hopeful that they can make some change, but the way the charter is set up prohibits them from having any real oversight because there's such a large tension, that they have with the city council. Then the other thing is, since we're making city council so large, there was the real reality that we probably have to migrate a lot of the current systems in place, and posit that authority to the mayor, so I move to advance increasing mayoral power as outlined in the powers of the city official staff report. This includes allowing the mayor to appoint and fire department heads without approval of city council, increase the mayor's ability to reorganize departments, allow the mayor to participate in council meetings, increase the mayor's authority to interdepartmentally transfer funds, and increase the mayor's ability to transfer employees.
You know, Alright, is that a motion?
That is the motion as read.
And is there a second? I'll second it. Is there discussion?
And we'll state the motion.
Yes. I move to advance increasing mayoral power as outlined in the powers of the city official staff report. This includes allow the mayor to appoint and fire department heads without the approval of city council. Increase the mayor's ability to reorganize departments. Allow the mayor to participate in council meetings. Increase the mayor's authority to interdepartmentally transfer funds. Increase the mayor's ability to transfer employees.
Motion and a second, is there discussion?
It's the same discussion.
If you have department heads that answer to the mayor, if the mayor is able to just indiscriminately fire department heads without consultation with city council, then that means they can't be independent. They can't be independent if the mayor without having an affirmation from city council can just get rid of the department. And I don't think that has as much to do with being a strong mayor. Because just having the ability to fire department heads doesn't necessarily make you strong. And I think that this process was put in place for a reason. I think the mayor needs to use whatever political savvy that the person has to win the support of city council. Because the removal of department heads unilaterally by the mayor will at some point impact in a negative way the work of city council. Because those department heads don't just work for the mayor. They work on behalf of the people. Which means that they have to consider city council. I don't think that, and I think one of the issues that we get caught in is we're looking at today's mayor, which we should be looking at the mayor 30 years from now. And 30 years from this point, we never thought that there would be a Donald Trump. And it's important to understand that the world is not becoming more progressive. It's becoming more conservative. And at some point, we're going to get what we don't like in this city. And I don't think this is the time for us to give unilateral power to the mayor. Especially when we're talking about department heads who lead hundreds, if not thousands of workers who impact. And those department heads and the mayor, for those who are part of the union, they gotta negotiate with the folks. And so if you're standing with your workers as department head, which is kind of unlikely, then the mayor would just get rid of you. If I'm understanding it, that you can just say, you know, you're at will to go, you serve the will of the mayor, and there's no check and there's no balance, that's the point.
Is that the only issue that you have?
That's pretty much the only issue.
I'm fine with including a process that allows the fire department heads to appeal.
That's already exists.
Yeah,
That
that
already
already
exists.
exists.
That's about fire department. I'm just saying, oh, fire departments to appeal, oh, fire department.
Fire.
So who do they have to?
City council. So to keep that specific part as is, but keep the rest of the motion.
Oh, okay, I think I'm kind of confused on most now, so we can be, I think I can go.
Okay, so let's do this procedurally. Diego will say that Mr. Thomas was mover of the friendly amendment. Will you accept that? Yeah, okay. Now, there's a request to reread the motion.
Sure, I think I got most of it, it's, to advance increased mayoral power as outlined in power. Our memo on city officials, that includes allow the mayor to appoint and fire department heads without approval of the city council. But, this is where the but comes in,
They could appeal their fire.
they can appeal to the city council if they are fired. But, do you have a better tweak? Do you have a better tweak?
Can we just leave that part as it is? Like we have, can we just leave that part?
What we were talking about.
Yeah. Can we just leave that one? Right, can we just leave that, because, again, if we leave that as it. We can leave that as. Another battle, we might have to do part at a different time. But I just don't think that we are prepared.
I can strike that sentence.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I want, you understand what I'm saying?
So no,
I just don't want to.
Add all the question in later. We'll strike that sentence for now.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Is there?
So the motion stands with everything except for allow the mayor to appoint and fire department heads without the approval of city council.
Yes.
Okay, so everything else, okay, so that's the motion. Charlie,
And there's been a
Yeah.
second already. Okay.
Charlie, Chair Stone,
Yes.
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
Vice Chair Burke,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Gross. 6-0.
Next is eliminating proportional ranked choice voting for and only on this motion for the multi-districts which the commission has already disapproved. It is not going into any of our votes on approving ranked choice voting. Want to make sure that everybody in the audience understands that.
No, we talked about it, you didn't talk about it last week.
Well, I thought that.
So to be clear, and this was pointed out by members of the public, that there were conflicting votes at the last meeting, this fixes that. We can't have both of these models. So the commission seems to have at least chosen one model, which is single member districts with ranked choice voting that they're moving forward. This is something that I actually spoke to Commissioner Stein specifically about fixing the commissioner base as well. That it will provide staff clarity.
But why can't we have both?
They don't work, they conflict,
No,
they conflict. Everyone will tell you.
No,
they
what
conflict.
I'm saying is that we're talking about personal ranked choice vote.
It only works if you have a multi-member.
Right, so.
Which is already.
But that's,
Which-
no, that's what we. If we eliminated that without knowing that, and we did, it was confusing, then it shouldn't have been eliminated. It should still stand.
Okay.
And so we've already said several things that we said. We've said, even our commissioner told us that the threshold for change doesn't begin at the number that was set. We've also heard that proportional ranked choice voting in several, that proportional ranked choice voting in multi-district councils affords the kind of equity that we're looking for in the city of Los Angeles. Ranked choice voting as it stands, as we have voted, unless we move that number up, it will not ensure that kind of diversity. And so what I think we need to do is we need to move both of them forward. With the understanding that in order for multi-districts to happen, we have to have proportional representation. And so that's not what we voted on. That's not what we understood. That was what was brought to our attention after the fact. And so for us to now say that we want to forever take proportional ranked choice voting off the agenda and multi-districts off the agenda. Yeah, right, yeah.
So I just say that these are conflicting. It's up to this committee right now to make the recommendation.
What is the conflict?
The conflict, okay, the conflict is, this committee voted single member districts in 23-4. This committee also took a vote on multi-member districts and voted it down. And then the committee also voted for ranked choice vote. So that right now works. Those three things those three votes don't conflict with each other. What brings conflict, and again, if you want to relitigate multi-member districts, that's what this is proportional. You only have proportional ranked choice voting if you have multi-member districts.
Right, but that's not what we.
So I'm asking you, that's the conflict. I'm asking you to resolve that conflict.
And I think resolving the conflict is just recommending.
It's the full commission, send it to the full commission.
I think that's how you resolve the conflict. I think you resolve the conflict by sending it to the full commission.
And that's what your vote is for today.
There is a motion on the floor to propose it. Is there, what I propose is to dispose of proportional ranked choice voting on those multi-districts. Is there a second? Seeing no second, it fails. Is there a subsequent motion?
I move that we reconsider because we were confused about our first vote. And that we move proportional ranked choice voting and districts, multi-member districts to the full commission, and we join the two together so that they're not confused when it gets to the full commission. And that it is understood that with what we have studied, that without increasing the number of single districts, it will not provide the kind of equity that we need. But that multi-member districts with proportional ranked choice voting can do that. That's my motion.
Is there a second on Commissioner? Is there a second on Commissioner Thomas's motion? Seeing none, that fails. Are there any other motions on this subject?
Yeah, I move that we only advance to the full commission a recommendation for single member districts with ranked choice voting.
I second that motion.
And I mean, my public stances are clear. Number one is I do not believe that there are a number of stakeholders that support multi-member districts. I do believe there is momentum and support for ranked choice voting in single member districts. And that is the purpose of my motion, so that we can focus on the momentum and the discussion with all the stakeholders, the commissioners and then city council, and eventually the voters.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not,
Well, the further discussion. I know that. I understand why we're saying we want to move this forward. But let's be very clear with the number that we suggested is an arbitrary number. And it doesn't meet the threshold. Based upon what our commissioner told us, that we can guarantee equity in this. And so, if we're gonna move this forward, we at least needs to be amended so that it is open-ended in terms of the number of single member districts that we want, and we consider what threshold that would be to make that equitable. Because again, we're talking about 30 years from now. And if what is happening in Los Angeles continues, there will be very few Black people in Los Angeles. And so that would be my friendly amendment, that we consider striking the arbitrary number of 23 and leaving that part open so that we can discuss that with the full commission so that we can reach a threshold where the data says it'll be that. That's my feeling. And I want to really do that.
I'm gonna speak on it, the amendment's not friendly, and also every commissioner is going to have the opportunity at the full commission. I asked commissioners I asked the commissioners, please come with amendments to the ad hoc committee and make your case to the full commission. Everyone will have their opportunity to do that, including the number. And so,
you know that. Ignore Mr. Kwan and continue with.
So every commissioner will have that opportunity to make amendments on the ad hoc report. I know I have voiced my reasoning why I chose the number in the last meeting, if you're right to make an amendment, though, if there's a second.
Your original motion?
Well, there's the original motion was to move forward a proposal with single member districts and ranked choice voting.
I don't believe that was the motion. I believe that was the term.
It was to strike the arbitrary number of 23. No, I'm saying, we said the motion contains a number. That we voted on.
And the maker of the motion doesn't believe it's friendly, that came from him.
Right, no, I don't, let's leave this friend. So then I want to make a motion, then that.
So we have one motion on the floor, you can make another motion after the child. There was a motion and there was a second. Any other discussion? Hold the commission.
Chair Stein,
Yes.
Chair Mesa,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
No.
Commissioner Travis.
No.
14.
You want to make a motion or nothing that one?
My motion is that the arbitrary number of 23 be struck. And that we work on a number and determining a number that will bring equity to the electoral process. That's my motion.
Is there a second, Commissioner Conlon? Seeing none, that motion dies. There's one last item, I believe, Commissioner Mesa was going to talk about in the preamble.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Stein. We are awaiting a report from Rewrite LA that did a mini assembly on the preamble. So I will move that that we continue that item until we have a report back from Rewrite LA.
There's a motion and a second that we postpone this item until we first rewrite LA. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, hold the commission.
So, and this is on the motion for the preamble to be tabled.
Yes.
Continue, sorry. Kirsten,
Yes.
Chair Mason,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
and Commissioner Rhodes. Yeah. Alright. Now we gotta adjourn, we'll kick people out.
Yes,
No ex parte communications disclosure? We're not gonna ask Mr. Stein?
I mean, if anyone wants to volunteer ex parte, I haven't talked, I believe, and I'll say for the public, I'll say for this commission, I'm meeting with City Attorney South on Monday to get more clarification on implementation, and as I've said to this mansion, on implementation.
at our next meeting, whatever we decide how the disclosure is going to be, you present that into the record
Yes.
report. So we can vote on it and we don't have to have
Clarify.
any member of the audience continuing to ask the question, but we'll have a procedure for the disclosure.
I think, well, I would like to volunteer that I had no ex parte discussion since the passage of the motion.
And I have.
Folks, thank you for coming today, we do have to get out, so if you have any, extra stuff with you, trash, or just to help us keep up, so excuse me, I really appreciate that.
There's still a motion to adjourn. for me. They had a discussion on this for 3 hours. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Is a matter of.